Streamer, you were late by point 0.3 nanoseconds. I went back and I calculated the nanoseconds that you were late.
Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me, Maddie? But hi guys, how's it going? Because I can, you know, that's valid. That's perfectly valid. You're late shaming me. But how's everybody doing today? This might be a short stream. I don't know how long we'll be here. Yeah, I finished Metal Gear last stream, so I'm like, huh. What do we want to do for Thursday? Because today was scheduled to be more Metal Gear, but we finished that. So now we're liberated. We can do anything. And I had come to the conclusion that maybe Hideo Kojima, maybe he's actually not a fraud and he's actually kind of goated with the sauce. I was on the fence about whether I trusted Hideo Kojima or whether he was a sham. But I was pretty impressed by the end of Metal Gear Solid 2. I was pretty impressed. But today's plan is not Horse Plinko. It is, so I've done multiple surveys. You guys did the second survey. So I figured we would go back and we would look at the first survey and see all of the answers. We would look at those. I can show you guys what the survey was and what it looks like. One thing that we do need to do is we need to get some proper BGM going for this. So I'm gonna do that really quick. Hopefully, it doesn't give me any problems for doing that. I'll probably just get I don't know. I don't know what I want to listen to. Surveys? Yes. Yes, indeed. What's going on? We're looking at a survey that I wrote. And we'll see what the people had answered, and I'll also use this as an opportunity to advertise this survey. If you guys would like to, you see it's at 97 responses. I would like to get it to 100. So if you guys would like to be the last 3 responses to fill out my survey, hold on, let me get the proper link. If you would like to be one of the final 3 responses, that would be peak. That would be pretty great. I would be very grateful. But I'll pull up BGM. Because I like... what is it called? Is it Safe Area from freaking Tribe 9? Is that what it was? I was really rocking with that. Is it at a good volume or should I turn it up? I think I gotta turn it down for me, turn it up for you guys. I think that's where we're at. Okay, how's this volume? It was a little loud on my end. Is it still good? Is it thumbs up? Okay. But hi guys. Hi. Let's you know what? First things first. Let's read out the let me fill this out myself. Well, I guess I can't. But I'll go through and I'll fill it out my own self. And you guys can also write in the chat what you guys would answer. So, question number 1 is to name a Danganronpa character that starts with the letter M. My go-to pick is Makoto Naegi. I feel like that's probably a lot of people's go-to. I think that was the number 1 answer. But I would actually need to look. We'll find out when we get to this responses. Makoto, Miyu. You know what's funny is when we did this for Family Feud, I realized that Monokuma wasn't even in like the top like 6. I don't even know if they were in the top 8. Monokuma was nowhere to be seen. And it's like, how can it be Danganronpa if there's no Monokuma? You know? He's so important to Danganronpa. And he's nowhere to be seen, which is crazy. But to be fair, the first person I thought of was Makoto Naegi. So I think Mukuro was like 6th or 7th. Sorry, sleeper agents. I think she was pretty far down, but she was still on the board. My dumb would say Nagito. Alright. So that's the first question on the survey. And then question number 2 is name a location in Danganronpa where you'd like to have a free time event. I think this was the most skipped question in this whole survey. I think of all questions that got skipped, this was one of like the top 2. But I felt like there's a lot of solid options. This is not for the survey that you guys filled out, by the way. This survey I posted on Reddit, and Reddit was very nice to me, and they gave me 174 responses. But I felt like, you know, there's a lot of solid options. Like, you always got like the pool. You know, I think in Danganronpa 2 there's a lot more nice places to be. No, I don't think that you're dumb. I just wasn't sure if, you know, if you knew it was a different survey. But yeah, I imagine that like for this question, where you'd like to have a free time event, there's like the library, there's the AV room, there's like the sauna, there's the beach, the pool, there's all of the talent research rooms. I don't think we came out of this with a definitive answer. Also, I could probably like zoom this in like crazy style, and that'd probably be easier to read. The casino, the love hotel. Oh, wow. Wow. Me and my wife are going to the love hotel. Pushes up glasses. Yeah, I also like my profile picture. I almost hovered over it and just fucking leaked my own email. Oops. But yeah, not a large consensus with this answer, so it never made it into the Family Feud episode. Name a weapon used for murder in Danganronpa. This one, was kind of a banger because there's only so many options. This is the one where my friends got stumped on the seesaw. The seesaw really did them in. They're like, I know the murder here, but they could not reach the seesaw answer. They got the fact that Tenka was pushed up into a sickle, that the sickle was what had killed them, but I didn't give them that answer because everyone else had wrote seesaw, and even though they're referring to the same murder plot, I was like, no, that's not really the weapon that everyone else was thinking of. So meat on the bone, I don't think meat on the bone got in there, but I think iron skewer did. I think iron skewer was up there, maybe like 4th or something. Toilet paper was up there. I don't think spear or spear of Gungnir were up there. Dumbbell was on there. I think metal bat was like 6th last. I think toilet paper was like 4th or something. Can we get a hint on who will be your next guest? I haven't reached out to anybody yet, but I will say that I will ask Sushi and Barbie if they would like to be the returning champs, and then I have to get two newcomers to challenge the reigning champions. Can I guess it in one hint? The guess? There's one person that I want to ask, and I'll likely ask them. If they say yes, I'll be like, hey, you can like invite whoever you want to be like your +1 and be on your team. And if you don't have anyone that you want to invite, I'll ask somebody else. I think number 1 answer for this one was knife. Knife was number 1. Number 2, I believe, was shot put ball, I think. And then I don't remember the rest. We'll find out when we get to the responses. The thing with the responses is it kind of sucks having everybody write in their own answers, because you kind of have to tally them all up, because it doesn't really give you... People write it slightly differently. Like if you write knife and then a period, it doesn't get lumped in with all the answers that are just knife with no period, you know? So it's a little hard to tell what you have to go out and individually count all the responses, which I did, and I will do it again. Third question was name a danganronpa character who is intelligent. I think this one was just a landslide, where I don't think this one made it onto the Family Feud either, because it was just everyone just said the same character, and then there was like 7. It would be like 40 points to Kyoko Kirigiri, and then like 7 points to like Byakuya Togami, and then like 3 points for like Miyu Iruma, something like that. I think that's why it didn't make the cut. There are a lot of really smart characters, but I think if you're like, okay, who's like the poster child, like the genius character of Danganronpa, you're like, okay, yeah, it's probably Kyoko. Not Miyu Gonta. Gonta, maybe he's emotionally intelligent. Junko would be a good answer. I think Miyu would be a good answer. It's a lot of smart characters, but really Kyoko landslide victory this one. Yeah, everybody's got their own thing. You know, everyone's got their their own moments. And then, if you were in a Danganronpa killing game, how many chapters would you survive? I think this one got... I don't remember if this one was added. I think it was. I said 0. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, I would die instantly. I die in the prologue. I get Junko and Oshima'd in like the very prologue. Although I think that actually happens in chapter 1. All of them. I'm the main character. I don't, now that I think about it, I don't think this one made the cut, because really the answers, if you put these in a Family Feud format, it's like, okay, you really have like 6 options. It's like either 0, 1, you either die chapter 1, you die chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. I guess maybe you can die at chapter 6, or you live the whole time. So there's really only 7 like possible answers. So I don't think this made it into Family Feud. But it is interesting to think of where everyone ranks themselves. And as we can see in the chat, there is a bit of a range. I think realistically, I could get like 2 chapters, but it really is dependent on the motive, because I think, as we all are aware, you pretty much, the odds of you getting away with murder are basically 0. So it's like, it's not in your best interest to kill anybody. So I think that puts that basically lowers, or I guess raises, your chances of survival by like 50%, because 50% of the deaths in the game are from the killers being convicted of murder. So you're like 2 times more likely to survive if you know better than to kill anybody. But it really does depend on the motive. If they say, hey, you specifically have to kill somebody or else you will die, then I mean, at that point Monokuma's just telling you to just fucking fall over and die, and there's really nothing you could do. It's either kill or be killed. That's true. You could also pull a Sakura. And then, I don't know what question number this is, but name a song from the Danganronpa soundtrack. I was disappointed. I was disappointed in these answers. I'm like, y'all really don't know the soundtrack, huh? I'm like, y'all don't know shit, huh? Box 15. That is a song. That counts. You made it. Beautiful Dead, good choice. 3-star Apologies, that's a good choice. I don't listen to it. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. And then I pull the lever that opens the trap door, and then Rev falls into the pit. Hi, Casey. But I think I'm more into this survey had caused me to realize that I probably know more about the soundtrack than most people. I care more about the music than most people. What is your thesis on? I haven't written one of those in like, I don't know. Feels like fucking 10 years. Scrum debate was up there. I think the top 3 answers were like it was like Scrum Debate, Monokuma theme, what else? I think Beautiful Lie. Oh, Macbeth. I think I had to read that. I don't remember giving a shit about Macbeth, to be honest. Go through the responses. We will. But yeah, I think, you know, I think the music does play a large part in the popularity of Danganronpa, but not enough for, like, not to the level where, like, everybody just casually knows the songs by name, other than, like, you know, maybe the heavy hitters. Like Scrum Debate is a very notable track. Mr. Monokuma's theme is a notable track. I would in my opinion, Trial Underground, the song that you listen to before you start the class trial, certified turbo banger. That one is exceptional. I think it does a lot for the mood and the vibes, but it's like an unsung hero, really. Name an ultimate talent you'd like to have in real life. This one I didn't specify, like, it has to be a real talent that exists in Danganronpa. So some people were like, ultimate, like, architect, and I'm like, I mean, I could fuck with that, but I wasn't. That was more than I was bargaining for, but I can fuck with that answer. Lucky Student. Lucky Student is a very. I feel like that's like a top 5 pick for me. It's so universal. Ultimate Boxer. The thing is, like, with an ultimate talent, you have to, like, lean into it. Like, I think for me, I mean, Ultimate Affluent Progeny is, like, a cheat code. You just win at life. It's Ultimate Nepo Baby. That'd be pretty goated. Ultimate? Yeah, you know what? That's actually probably be, like, the best pick. Is the ultimate. I hope nobody answered Ultimate Despair. Surely you wouldn't do that to yourself. I feel like for me, I was expecting, like, Ultimate Chef, Ultimate Gamer, Ultimate Artist, but there was a lot of people that said stuff like Ultimate Detective. I don't remember what else. Ultimate Astronaut? Yeah, that would help you a lot navigating in space. That would help. That would help you. Ultimate Hope is a good one. What else? What else would be solid? Trying to think of, like, Danganronpa 2. Ultimate Weed Smoker. Yeah, Ultimate Yasuhiro. There's, like, Danganronpa 2 has some goofy ass talents. Like, what, do you want to be the ultimate Yakuza? Like, not really. Do I want to be the ultimate breeder? Not really. Do I want to be the ultimate swordswoman? Yeah. I don't know, there's not a lot of talents in Danganronpa 2 that I would actually want for myself, other than, like, chef, maybe. Because I'm dreadful at cooking. Absolutely dreadful. Ultimate Adventurer? I could get with that. And then, name a Danganronpa character you'd like to be friends with. Do you become a woman if you choose Ultimate Swordswoman as a man? I would imagine, yeah, probably. Because there's probably an Ultimate Swordsman. So, my boy Yasuhiro. I'd love Yasuhiro for, like, no good reason. So name a Danganronpa character you'd like to be friends with. I imagined, like, people would say, like, Ibuki, Kaede, Gonta. I don't know actually what the answers to this one ended up being. It must not have been decisive enough for me to put it in the Family Feud video. But those were characters that I was expecting. True, Gonto would be like, hey, look at this bug, and I'd be like, ugh. But like, he's a nice guy though. Gundam would be a solid answer. I feel like Kazuichi would be a good friend. I'm thinking. Chiaki would be good friend. Kaito's really pushy though. I don't know if I would vibe with that. Toko would... I just can't imagine Toko being my friend. She would tell me to fucking off myself. And so would Maki. Maki would also tell me to off myself. Hajime would be a good friend. Hi, Choco Taco. Genocide Jill. I could get with Genocide Jill. She's really funny. I can't pick Kyoko because that would be friend zoning myself. Someone said Junko. Yeah, I mean, there'd probably be like some times where you're like, you know what, hanging with Junko is actually kind of funny. Like, it's actually kind of fun. But then she starts gaslighting you and actually brainwashing you, and it's like, oh, well, that's not fun. But maybe it wouldn't be so bad to be brainwashed because you don't have to worry about anything. You just do what your programming tells you to do. Next, name a class trial minigame. Something I learned. People don't remember the names of the minigames. I think Hangman's Gambit was the number one answer. There it is, Maddie repping the number one answer. I'm pretty sure, you know, non-stop debate, the minigame that you're doing constantly, don't think it made the cut. People forgot about the non-stop debate. Rebuttal Showdown, that's a good one. Mind Mine, classic. I expected the Psych Taxi to be up there. A lot of people didn't remember what the name of it was, and it is Logic Dive. They're like, I don't know, the one where you're surfing. Shit, what is the comic book called? I'm part of the problem. I don't remember what the comic book minigame is called. I could probably get there. I'll go to the wiki real quick. What if I look up comic book on the wiki? Will it tell me? No. Climax Reasoning? That might be it. That might be it. The wiki's not helping me right now. That's fine though. That is a good question. I'll have to pull like a different, maybe in the next Kahoot. Well, I think I know what I want to do for the next Kahoot. So I guess it'd be the Kahoot after that. Where I get an obscure minigame and I ask what the name of it is. That would be a good one. This question was a crowd favorite. Which character would you ship with Korekio Shinguji? Kind of a mean question. in the grand scheme of the Family Feud video. Because some of the answers were therapy and nobody. So, you know, there's really no chance that anyone could sweep the board when those two answers are popular enough to make it onto the board. So that was a really tough question in the scheme of Family Feud. My friends said Toko, and I was like, that's actually like a really good answer. They have a lot of parallels, but he did not. The people do not see him with Korekio or with Toko. Yugumu, I could see it. They're both little freakazoids. I think they guessed Rantaro, and I don't think Rantaro was on there. No, please, Toko's mine. No. Sorry, buddy. He's getting shipped with Toko Fukawa. Sorry. You're gonna ship yourself with Yugumu? I've yet to find the Yugumu redemption arc, but so far Yugumu is on my thumbs down list. Sometimes he has hype moments in Aura, but a lot of the times he's a little weirdo freakazoid. I don't remember what the answers were. It was like Angie. I think Angie was the number one answer with Korekio. This survey was like, dude, it was like 2 years ago. It was like a full year ago at least. At least. This is an old one. His sister was on there. I know Angie, his sister, Therapy, and Nobody were on there. Yeah, Victim, Ex-Culprit. They're like, yeah, classic. Shipping him with Therapy, you're not the only one. Some people did say their sister. They did say his sister, I think. I mean, this was kind of like a shitpost question. The next question was, name a character from Danganronpa, another episode, Ultra Despair Girls. There was really just one answer. There was basically just one character that everybody said. So I didn't really feel like there was a ton of diversity to really put this in Family Feud. Although you guys are giving me a lot of diversity. The question, or the answer that was incredibly popular was Komaru. But I was like, you know, there's Masaru Diamond, there is like Nagisa Shingetsu, there's Jataro, whatever the fuck his last name is, there's Kotoko, there's Monica Toa, there's Toko, there's Haiji, there's even Ball Monokuma, there's Big Bang Monokuma. You know, there's a whole bunch of all-stars. Nagito's in it. Shirokuma. Kurokuma. Masaru Diamond is low-key a tough name. Yeah, he's kind of sick with it. But then he starts talking about, like, he says some like dumb shit. He's like, girls don't even have wieners. And it's like, and all of his aura just down the drain. Lost all of his aura just like that. Chihiro's dad, Asahina's brother. Yeah. Toko is also in it. This, like, I think in UDG, that's when Toko gets a lot of redemption. I didn't really care for Toko in the context of Trigger Happy Havoc, but seeing her outside of Trigger Happy Havoc, I'm like, she's kind of cool. She's kind of cool. But I think most of the answers for this question were Komaru. There's Byakuya. Makoto shows up for like 5 seconds. And that's everyone. There's 1.5 million different Monokumas, but who cares? If it's not Ball Monokuma or Big Bang Monokuma, then I don't fuck with them. Oh yeah, dude. Hagakure's like mom's in it. Whew. That's all I'll say. What's one word you associate with Aoi Asahina? And this one was also kind of a landslide. There was just one answer that like everyone gave. So I was like, damn, this one was kind of a bust. But it was donuts. Everybody was all about the donuts. Lesbian? I feel like there's probably some like perverted ass answers with this question. But I was like, I don't know, you could say like she's sporty, swimmer, donuts. You could even say Sakura, you could say lesbian. But I'm like, I don't know. People will probably say like boobs, and I don't want to put boobs on the fucking Family Feud. Cute, bubbly. Yeah, I don't think swim was the most popular answer for her. And then the next question was, which execution was the most shocking for you? And I would like to see the chat's answers for this one. The most shocking. I give up. I can't find this shit. If you want to fill out the current survey, it's pinned in the chat. If you'd like to fill out the sequel survey, you may do that. A lot of Kaides, Kurumi. Well, I mean, however you choose to interpret it, Violet. It could be however you see it. I feel like I've told this story like a million times, but I remember with Kaide's execution, I was late to work because I was playing V3, and then my boss called and they're like, yo, are you showing up to work today? And I was like, yeah, I'll be there. So then I had to like save and quit and then go to work after that. I was like just sitting there, just like, damn, that's fucking crazy. And then I had to go to work immediately after. The story has never been said, not to your ears. To other ears, perhaps. Or maybe to deaf ears. Maybe it's fallen on deaf ears in the past. I do believe that Kaide's was number 1. I don't think Alter Egos was on here. I think somebody like answered Alter Ego and they're like, what? And I think what we had concluded is that a lot of people answered with which one was the most upsetting rather than like most shocking. Like, I think if you answered Mikan's was the most shocking because of the whole premise and how weird it was, that would be a valid answer, but I don't think it made it into the top like 8 or whatever. And neither did Alter Ego. People tended to gravitate towards the more emotional and like sad executions. For me, Korekios was shocking because I was in denial that it was him, so I was shocked that it was him, and the dying twice was shocking too. Yeah, I think you could really make a solid argument for like any of these, for any of the executions. They're all pretty shocking. I guess the question is, what would be the most, what's like the most not shocking execution? Like what's the most like, oh okay, execution? I'm like trying to think. Is it Samugi? But like, does Samugi come as a package deal with Kibo? Makoto's fake one? Well, I mean, in his defense, it is shocking because he gets bailed out by Alter Ego. I think Kibo destroying the whole school, I don't know, is it really all that shocking though? Celeste is a good pick. Well, Celeste has the fake out with the fire truck, so that's pretty crazy. I think for me, honestly, if I were to pick one, I think Gundam's is, or not Gundam, sorry, Gonta's is the most shocking because it's both upsetting and like the bug, the fucking Monophony giving birth to a bug so it could stab Gonta was upsetting. Oh, hi friend. We're this is like the most spoiler ass question. But I'm glad that you're nodding along like you know Ba. I think Gonta's was, in my opinion, the most upsetting and shocking. But I think the least shocking would probably be Samugi / Kibo. I don't even care that Kibo is destroying the whole school. I think I would still have to give it to them. I think in my opinion also, like, I think Kaito is also kind of not that shocking. I mean, you can make us an argument that like it is shocking because he dies before like the execution like finishes or whatever, so he kind of dies on his own terms. And that is shocking, but also, I don't know, it's a rehash of Jin Kirigiri, so it's kind of like it's kind of like a version that we've already seen before. So, I don't know. I mean, it is interesting because instead of getting shot up into the air, it goes downwards through the fucking earth. And that is like an interesting like twist on it. Like they twist it like in multiple ways, but I don't think it's really all of that shocking. I'm gonna take a second to sip a little bit of tea. Monda's was definitely very shocking. I think Mondo's is probably one of the most shocking. I would put that on the board if it wasn't already. I do know this one did make it into Family Feud. I don't remember what the answers were though. Chiaki's Danganronpa 3 execution is pretty fucked up. I think Manu's isn't like super graphic in my opinion, but the whole premise is so outlandish that it is shocking. I think Karumi's was up here. Which, yeah, I guess you could really make a solid argument for all of them. Alright. Name a Danganronpa character who you wanted to see more of. I think this one was pretty heavily skewed to Rantaro. I think Rantaro got a lot of votes. Kaede is another solid option. Honestly, I would put Celeste up there. I don't care. Tugami, yeah. Teru. You might be the only one. you might be the one person that answered Teru. I'm gonna have to see when we look at the responses. Oh, nice. We're gonna look at the responses. Did anyone say Teru? Rantaro, Mahiru, Chihiro, Mikan, Kaede. See, like, it doesn't bunch them together because they're like slightly different answers. Same with Rantaro. But Rantaro was the big leader. And like, even though Mahiru here has 5 responses, this combined is 8 responses. So Kaede would actually be over Mahiru. I'm not getting freaky. Ryoma. Couple votes for Ryoma. Imposter. Hiyoko. Ibuki, yup. Ibuki, yup. Celeste. Ishimaru, Mukuro, Rantaro, in lowercase. 2 votes for Teru. That's probably another. The ultimate imposter. I think I saw just enough of every character. If you want to see more of a character, there are official non-canon anthologies you can find online. They're awesome. That's truth. Kenshiro. Isn't that like Sakura's boyfriend? Natsumi. Fuyuhiko's little sister. Rantaro or Kaede. This question, people that gave multiple answers in these is tough because I'm like, should I count that as a point to each or not count it at a IDK? I think I would pick Ibuki. I remember when I saw Ibuki body reveal, I was just like, I like sat back and I just like was just listening to like sad music, partially for being dramatic. Let's name a character, don't write a whole paragraph. I don't mind when people like give in-depth like answers. I think it's cool to have people share like insight, but it does make it more time consuming to tally up all the answers. Genocider show, motherfucker survives to the end of the game, but he still can't get enough of Genocide show, which is fair because Genocide show rocks. Let me get I'm feeling Persona 5 OST. Let me get extended. Is Beneath the Mask the one that I think it is? Nice. Perfect. Isn't there like a rainy version? This is probably even more of a vibe. Gacha life music. It is probably fire. but I'm in my bag. Oh, this has lyrics. I kind of just want the instrumental. Sorry. Ryoma Hoshi.
Leon.
I think Leon, they assassinated his character. I'm a firm Leon hater. Yeah. This is my shit right here. I'm in my bag right now. Mondo Wada. Honestly, I agree. Mondo dying chapter 2 is brutal. I like Mondo a lot. I've come around to Mondo a lot more than I ever did before. But like Leon could have been cool. I feel like I was saying this recently, where the way that they actually handled Leon is they made him like a weird fuckboy, and it's really cringe. Like, everything that he ends up doing is like, what? We gotta go get some girls, man. And it's cringe. He's a cringe character. He could have been cool. But he wasn't. I feel like I was saying it literally like last stream. Kokichi. Okay, we're in the trenches of like one response. Mono Cubs. Nah, fuck the Mono Cubs. I'm a firm Mono Cub hater. They all kind of suck. I think V3 would have been better if we had only Monokuma. Well, honestly, I don't know. Mono Cubs, conceptually, I'm fine with. Oh, there were a couple. He was given so little screen time in his own fucking trial, no less. There was a total of 3 responses for Teru. More Gundam. Ryota. The thing is, I'm like, do they mean Ryota Mitarai, or did they mean to write Ryoma? Nano Kuma. Tenko Chabashiro. Impostor. Also, I'm disappointed there wasn't a which character you would like to skin option. I'm pretty sure I read this comment, and then I was like, in the second survey, let me pull it up. I said, which character are you going to eat in order to survive? Because of this comment. This comment had inspired me. Rentaro, but I understand the mystery works better with him gone. Junko. I actually really agree. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. It makes chapter 6 so crazy because of, like, Junko. But, like, she just doesn't exist for, like, the whole game, basically. Toko. Motherfucker got 2 games! Toko's a main character in 2 games! Well, I guess you could argue that she's not a main character in the Trigger Happy Havoc. And I guess, actually, she's really just, like, a side character in both games. Can we get a sneak peek on the recent survey? What, like, this one? Or are you talking about... survey 3? Which one do you mean? I'm already working on survey 3. But we'll go back to... We'll do which execution was the most shocking. Motherfucker skipping, huh? Kaede, Chiaki, Leon. I'm surprised Leon got so many votes. I agree. Well, actually, Yeah, no, I agree. Especially because Leon gets a ton of bonus points for being the first as well. Gontas, Leon, Kaede, Gundam, Kurumi, Gonta, Leon, Kaede, Korekio, 3-1, which is Kaede. Jin Kirigiri. I guess you could say Jin Kirigiri's is actually the first. But you're like, I don't know that guy. I skipped the intro anyway. Excavator Destroyer. Kiyotaka's Vindaloo Curry Disaster. I don't know if that's just a shit post and someone just made this up, which would be really funny if they did. But or if this is like a I know there's versions of people that didn't actually get like that weren't the black end. There's like executions for people that just like didn't die. I don't know if that's actually what this one is. I think Kiyotaka's is like he gets fucking JFK'd. Like he's like in like a car or whatever. Like during a parade and he gets like assassinated or something like that. Like that's his unofficial execution that like even the creators themselves made. Something like that. I expected them all as I watched all executions before watching playthroughs, but Kaede's and Kurumi's hit hard, especially based on their personalities. This is unhinged, in my opinion. I can't fathom having watched all of the executions and then being like, now that I know every major story beat, now that I know every like peak of the game, I'm gonna go watch, like, I'm gonna actually watch the series now. I feel like I would see one and be like, oh wow, that's like really, really cool. And then I would try and not watch the rest and then play the games. But I feel like this is probably a common experience that a lot of people had. I mean, I guess if you're already watching all of them, then you're like, I'd like to know the context behind them. But I feel like that you're just like, I'm gonna spoil myself on the entire, like, every single, like, murder case so that it's not a surprise at all. And then I feel like it diminishes a lot of the impact that they have. But this is probably something, like, I'm sure most people's first exposure is like, you just randomly stumbled on a danganronpa execution on YouTube, and then you're like, oh, what's this? This is interesting. And then you check them all out, and then you're like, you know what? Now that I've been hooked in, I'm going to check out the rest of the game. Like, that's probably a common experience. That's why in Ultra Danganronpa Survey 3, I ask which games have you played? Because my hypothesis is I would wager 70% of Danganronpa fans have not played a single game. I would wager that. I feel very confident that 70%, like way more than half. I would like to poll the chat. Have you played them? I would say for you, Zoe, I would say that doesn't count because you watched somebody else play them. But it is close. It is close. Have you guys played any of the Danganronpa games? Also, what is up, Gundam 2? Also, hi guy, welcome in. Yes. I'm curious what your have any of you guys played through them? Because I believe pretty much every, I would say like more than half have watched them. That's true. You did say that you are in the middle of playing V3. So you are playing it. That is true. Played through the first. Never played, watched Cub Scouts play them. There's a lot of very popular channels that played through them, like Nico B, Cub Scouts. Who else? Burleezy. But I feel like anyone that watches the Burleezy playthroughs, I don't know if they would be Danganronpa fans. Cause he be dogging on the games. But it's really funny. You watch playthroughs, but you do own the games on the Switch. Watched a couple of Cub Scouts playthroughs. I see. Watched a playthrough, but then you played them all yourself except for UDG. Yeah, my experience is I watched the first one. I watched the first one and then I played the next two for myself. Although I guess I went back and I've played the first game. So I guess that counts, but it's iffy because I haven't like played through the first game to completion. But I have touched on it. Bijou Mike, true. Also notable person who has played through Danganronpa. That's why 2x2 is really interesting, because it's like it's gonna be weird and also really cool to have an experience that everyone can share in it together at the same time. Because I feel like that hasn't happened in a long time. Oh, I can clock your submission. Let me pull it up. I can tell you exactly which one yours is. I think yours is 83 or something like that. Responses. Hey, nice. 104. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Individual. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna put Guy on blast. Oh, this must be Lori's. This must be Lori's sheet. No, this isn't yours. It's not yours. Damn, where is it? Maybe it's the next one. Fuck, it's not yours. I know you put name a location and it's Gundam's room. I know this. I know this for a fact. I can't find it. So many people are answering Titty Typhoon for name a location. That's crazy. I expected AV room to be popular. Damn. Okay, hold on. We're going to 82 then. I know I saw yours. Did it like shuffle them? That'd be fucked up. Teddy Typhoon all caps. Bro just wanted to write out titty, which is valid. Yours is 83? Hold on. Let me run this back. I thought this was Lori's because it says Lori. Doesn't wait. Did you write Lori? Because I was like, wait, no, isn't Lori like an Angie fan? That'd be fucked up. What do you mean by LeBron? Oh, because he's the GOAT. Oh, I get it. I get it. The gym. In Danganronpa 1 specifically. Ultimate Imposter would be your money-making scheme. I think that's a solid option. I think the cheat code is Affluent Progeny, but I think Ultimate Imposter is a solid choice. we are putting you on blast. But so far I'm rocking with your choices so far. So we are perceiving you, but so far you haven't been judged in negative light yet, which is good. I know I saw yours. I know you put Gundam Tanaka's Cabin, but I couldn't find it. I agree that Ishimaru is underrated. I agree. I think he gets slept on. I think even I underrate him. Nagito Komaeda overrated. That's tough. That's tough. I actually really don't know. Is Nagito overrated? I think you can make a reasonable argument that yes, but I think he's like I think he's like a top 5 character of all time. Well, I guess of all time means like it transcends every, like, transcending Danganronpa. Like, do I think Nagito Komaeda is better than Joel from The Last of Us? Maybe not. Maybe Joel is cooler. But I think when it comes to Danganronpa characters, he's top 5. I think he's a little overrated because, like, just the level that he's at, like, he transcends Danganronpa, and I think that's a little much. But I think he's one of, like, the top 3 Danganronpa characters. I would say Kokichi's overrated. I'm a Kokichi hater. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, Violet. I'm like, he's the best antagonist, like, by far. But I think just in general, like, the level of fame that he's at, I guess, is a little much. Trials have the best music. I think that's valid. I think this question was probably a little too vague. Which part of the game has the best music? Because I feel like everyone's just gonna say the Trials. I tried to make it more broad since where were we? Since a lot of people skipped on song from the Danganronpa soundtrack. So I wanted to make it more vague. More open-ended. Name a character who swears a lot. Mondo is a D1 cursor. The Nagito case is the best case, I agree. If an explosion happened, which Danganronpa character would have done it? Probably also Nagito. This is a Nagito-ass survey, huh? Avocado. Good choice, good choice. You could play pool in the rec room in Hope's Peak Academy. You were probably one of the only people that wrote that. Because everyone else probably says they could go swim in the pool. You're gonna sit between Kibo and Kazuichi? Kazuichi's gonna be talking over you the whole time because he's gonna be talking to Kibo. He's gonna be interested in Kibo. But I think they're chill. I think a lot of, like, my favorite characters I wouldn't want to sit next to. Like, I'm not sitting next to Ibuki. Like, I love Ibuki, but I don't think I would want to sit next to her on the plane. I don't think I would want to sit next to Gundam either. He's my goat, but like, I'm probably trying to sleep on the plane. So like, I'm probably picking someone like, my picks would probably be, I mean, Kyoko's my goat. Thing is, Toko is canonically stinky, so I'm not sitting next to Toko, even though I think she would be quiet. I don't know who my second pick would be. Who do I think would be quiet? And like, just kind of chill. I think Kaede would get bored and like try and talk to me, and I'd be like really awkward. Oh, Chiaki, Chihiro, those are good choices. Chiaki is a known sleeper, a known snoozer, so Chiaki is probably a good pick. But then that makes me look like I'm the simplest man. I'd pick the two sidekick characters. Like, that makes me look bad. That makes me look basic. Shuichi would be quiet too. I can give you guys my hours on danganronpa. Trigger Happy Havoc is 22.9 hours. Goodbye Despair is 110 hours, and then V3 is 255 hours. I spent a lot of time in these games, guys. I don't think the average person gets 250 hours out of V3. It's close to 100 line hours. What is my 100? It's like double 100 line hours. I was playing 100 line yesterday. I finished the slasher route yesterday. No notes. Nothing to report at the end of the slasher route. I thought they were fine. What if the danganronpa feud players are watching the stream to cheat? You know, I considered that. I did. I considered, should I even post like the survey on YouTube so that like what if they see my post and they fill it out? But then I was like, whatevs. Even if they see the survey, they don't know which questions I'll pick, and they don't know what everyone else will pick. They might have their own answers, but it doesn't mean that everyone else in the community will have agreed with them. That's why I was kind of focusing on the first quiz. Hi, Lalo. Our last 100 line stream was like, yeah, it was like 3 months ago, something like that. I did get the Kurara massacre ending last night. I did get that one. I was like, that's kind of cool. What else did I get? Yeah, I got a lot of... I was doing all the zombie route stuff. One word you associate with Aoi Asahina. It was Donut by a landslide. An absolute massacre of Donut. Water, swimming, donuts, swim, donuts, swimmer. Cute, Sakura, bubbly, donuts. Yeah. Sweet. Yep. Airhead. Lesbian. But yeah, the Aoi one didn't make the cut because if you got donut, you would get 1 trillion points, and then if you would have to just guess like water for 5 points. It's just such a large discrepancy. Check out everyone's answer on the second quiz. You just want to judge everyone else since we were judging you. Oh, we didn't even finish yours. I think Nekomaru listens to anime OSTs. He's definitely busting it down to like Naruto openings. He's definitely going crazy on the Naruto openings. Hifumi Yamada? Yeah, I feel like that was... When I wrote the question, I'm like, I think a lot of people are going to say, like, Hifumi. Well, if Lalo's is 84, it's as simple as this. As pressing the next button, because we were already on 83. If you had to kill someone and get away with it, you would kill Samugi. Interesting. I feel like I would pick... I think my pick would be like Shuichi, I think. But I think Samugi's a solid choice. I mean, they are the mastermind, too. Samugi does low-key suck. Samugi is definitely on the bottom half of the like tier list. Towa Tower? You're probably the only person that wrote Towa Tower. But Towa Tower, it's got that alliteration buff. In one word, describe Hagakure. Hey, this doesn't say stoner. Or dumb. What does this mean, though? What do you mean by trug? What does that mean? What danganronpa talent do you think would get you the most money? Gundam by being the ultimate breeder? I mean, you can sell, like, if you, like, breed, like, I don't know, maybe, like, racehorses, and, like, people will pay a lot of money for, like purebred dogs. But I feel like, I don't know, what if you're like, you can be Angie Yonagana or Yonaga, and then you could be Banksy and you fart on a canvas, then you get $1 million. A danganronpa character that is underrated? Teru. Interesting. I mean, probably, because I don't like Teru, so I think that definitely probably qualifies him as underrated. I've come around to him a little bit, because he do really just love his mama, and I think that's kind of chill. I definitely would agree that he is probably underrated. Sonya overrated. That's a hot take. That's a very hot take. I don't know if I'm on the same page. I think Sonya's like, I think she's aptly rated. I don't see too many diehard Sonya fans, so I feel like she's probably reasonably rated. Part of the game has the best music. All of UDG OST. I do think I should really listen through UDG, because I don't really remember a lot of the songs from it. But I also didn't play UDG myself. Don't find her that interesting, especially among the survivors. Huge hopes for her in 2x2 as well. Yeah, I think, honestly, I was really bummed out when Ibuki died, so I had a grudge against Akane being a survivor, just because I'm like, that's a survivor slot that Ibuki could have had. But Akane was my target for survivors. Two diehard Sonya fans, Soda and Casey. Casey does love Sonya. But I feel like I'm very familiar with most of the soundtracks, but not so much UDG. So that is something that I should check out. Fuyuhiko, he do be swearing a lot. He do. Ooh, Super Danganronpa Another 2 Chapter 4. I'm trying to remember which one Chapter 4 is. That's not the double kill. Oh shit. I don't remember Chapter 4. Didn't know there was a Super Danganronpa survey too. There is. I can link it to you if you would like to fill it out. We have reached the goal of how many responses I was shooting for. I was hoping for 100. But if you think it would be fun to fill it out, you could still fill it out anyway, and I'll link it right here. I'm trying to remember which one Chapter 4 was. Oh, okay. I was like, I want to ask, but I don't remember. I don't want it to get spoiled for others. I know which one it is now. I thought that was earlier for some reason. For some reason, I thought that was Chapter 2, but I got lost in the sauce. If an explosion happened, which Danganronpa character would have done it? Fukazu, the illegitimate child of Toko and Kazuichi. Because Kazuichi would have the know-how to make the bomb. And then Toko, one part genocide show. Crazed killer. I could see it. Fanta? Is that, Is Fanta like because I know Hajime is like associated with like orange juice. Is that like the association? Kokichi's Panta? Wait. This one I have not heard of. I'm not in the know about Panta. Kazuichi and Toko both explode. That's true. That's so true. You're so true. Something you do while stuck inside Hope's Academy? Leave. Probably be cracking Kiyotaka. Hey, wait a second. This guy cracks Kiyotaka. That's great. That's crazy. I've been seeing an uptick in memes that are like, this jit cracks blank. I've been seeing a whole bunch of those. Just boarded the flight on the monoplane. You're sitting between Ibuki and Kazuichi. That's bold. I mean, I doubt you would be bored. I think if your goal is to be entertained, I think you will be entertained. I think my goal would be to try and sleep. But I think if you want to have a good time, Ibuki and Kazuichi would be a good pick. Nekomaru Nidai listening to funk, I could absolutely see it. I think in my brain, my first pick was like hard style, something like that. I could also see funk. I could see that for sure. And you're gonna eat Hiyoko. Not to survive, just because I really want to. That's valid. Hiyoko is not a character I much care for. So I'm also on board for that. Okay, which one? I'm seeing Casey says 94, so we'll go 94. Is this yours, Casey? I think it shuffles some of them. Does this look like your answers? Alright, well then if it's not 94, then we'll do 98. Is this yours? This was not how this was supposed to go. I was supposed to go over the first one. Because now people know some of the answers if they're... But we'll do all these. Why not? Why not? We can go through all of your survey answers individually. The only thing is, like, you guys are offering yourselves up as sacrifice for judgment. Now you guys are opening yourselves up to be judged. But we're looking at Zoe's now. If you had to kill someone and get away with it, which danganronpa character would you kill? Mikan? I think that's fair. You could probably reasonably, like, lure her away, which sounds really predatory. But I mean, you're a murderer. It's inherently predatory. Name a location in Danganronpa. The gymnasium. That's a solid choice. Constantly being summoned back to the gymnasium. In one word, describe Yasuhiro Hagekuri. I agree that he is quite peak. I do love me some Yasuhiro. I think he's great. I know that's like, he's probably not like the most loved, but I just think he's really stupid, and I think he's just a good time. Lucky Student, go to a casino. That's a good pick. I mean, Lucky Student could also just, like, it's just so universally good. I feel like you at least can't go broke as the Lucky Student. I didn't realize you rode for Yasuhiro like that. You even think he's underrated. Do I think Yasuhiro is underrated? I think there's a lot of people that don't care for Yasuhiro, and I feel like it's fine. It doesn't upset me that people don't like Yasuhiro. I can understand why. You are my sunshine. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like the LeBron and the sun. I do really like that image. Mikan and Kokichi. The Mikan stands, they're gonna eat you alive now. But I agree, I think Kokichi's overrated. Overrated. He's not as good as Nagito, I'll be honest. He's not that good. He's fine. Which part of the game has the best music? Goodbye Despair, when the execution ended. I'm trying to remember what that sounds like. I'm like diving into my mind palace. I'm doing a logic dive right now. I think Mikan deserves her popularity, just not her main fan base. I'm really surprised that there's so many people that feel so strongly about Mikan. I'm very neutral on Mikan. I don't love nor hate her. She's just kind of there. But there's so many people that love Mikan. All-Star Apologies. Okay, that makes sense. All-Star Apologies is a solid track. I like it. Miu is a good choice, who I didn't initially think of when I wrote this question. But Miu do be swearing a lot. Which murder case is the best? Chiaki or Kaede? I I mean, those are like probably the two most like surprising cases. I think Kaede, it's not super complex, but it's the realization over the course where you're like, oh no dude, like it can't be, like I think that's a really peak moment. But you also do kind of get the same thing with like the Nagito case, where like, did he really do that? Like, you're telling me he did this all to himself? I think in my, like, I picked up on it pretty fast that it was all self-inflicted. But like the fact that he put all of his faith in his talent in order to get, like, it's basically just, it could have been anybody, but you just had to trust that his talent got him the outcome that he hoped for. And I think that's pretty cool. An explosion happened, which danganronpa character would have done it. Genocide Jack, I agree. I think Genocide Jack would definitely do it. I mean, actually, I don't know. I think Toko do blow up, but Genocide Jack is all about like stabbing people. There's really, you know, now that I think about this question, I'm like, really, I can only see like Nagito. Who else would blow something up? I mean, like maybe Monokuma, because Mondo does blow up with Monokuma in hand. An ultimate lawyer, and the execution is called Judgment Day. I could see that. That could be peak. Kokichi Nakumaruki blows up the toilet. So true. That's so true. That's really funny. Also, hi Neki. Welcome back from detention. A piece of food that's connected to danganronpa. Hajime orange juice. That's true. There's a lot of food that is connected to danganronpa. There's Mondo butter, Hajime orange juice, Rantaro avocados, Aoi donuts, Kokichi Panta, apparently, which I was not in tune with. Meat on the bone, yup. Is pumpkin pie? What is pumpkin pie related to? I don't know about pumpkin pie. Oh, Kokichi grape soda. Interesting. Yeah, avocado is like, it's just something that I think, I don't remember who coined it. I think Nico B. I think the people told me that Nico B coined him being related to avocados, or maybe it was Cub Scouts. I don't remember. Pumpkin pie, because it's 50-50 like Monokuma. There's a 50% chance it's ass and a 50% chance it's good. Was that like is that like your assessment, or is that something that exists? There's Nagito Hope bagels. I still don't really remember the bagels. Does he just say that he likes bagels? Does Nagito just say that he likes bagels and that's where Hope bagels come from? I don't really know that association either. I just know it is. That's really just how a lot of them is. Cuscott said ultimate who gives a shit, which did not stick to the fan base. I gives a shits. It was something you could do while stuck inside Host Week Academy. You could kill someone. You could do that. A risky maneuver, but you could do that. You're gonna sit between Yasuhiro and Junko? Why would you do that? Why would you choose that? Of anywhere you could be. I think so many people... Oh, you said Rantaro ultimate weed smoker. Junko will just be fucking with you the whole time. Yasuhiro is the ultimate weed smoker in my eyes. I think everybody is in agreement that Yasuhiro is a stoner. But I didn't know that people perceive Rantaro as the ultimate weed smoker. Rantaro struck me as like an ultimate like playboy. Like he'd be like, haha, what would you do if we locked eyes on the train and I walked up to you and I said, hey. Like that's the type of vibe that Rantaro would be on. That was like my first impression of Rantaro. And I still don't... It could be accurate. I don't know. Okie dokie. See you later, Gundam 2. He just looks at Yasuhiro, acts like it. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Nekomaru listening to rock and metal. I agree. I think he would listen to like some dad rock, like he'd listen to like Creed or like Nickelback. I could see that. Nekomaru listening to Sabrina Carpenter. Rage bait Junko equals death. She would probably like perform a psyop on you and like somehow convert you into despair. Junko on the plane? Yeah, the plane's going down. I would hope Junko's not on my fucking plane. You're gonna eat Mikan, Kokichi, and Hifumi? You didn't even need to eat... You only needed to eat one. And yet you're like... Let me eat all three. Let me stock up. Nekomaru listening to Will Stetson. Eat all three. Hate them. I think Hifumi is a solid choice. I don't know if I would... I mean, like, what if you get injured on the island and you could use like a nurse to like... You're like, oh, is this like rash infected? She could be useful on the island, you know? Stop! Don't play with Will Stetson like that. Yeah, I just knew that would fuck with you, so I said it. Well, Kyoko's not like medically trained. I feel like Mikan's valuable to have on the island. I'll try to find as many as I can. But the thing is that I'm like, I had to go like, is this yours? Bluebell said go back one. Does this look like yours? Bluebell, is this yours? I don't think yours would be in the 40s because I posted this on Reddit a long time ago. I don't think yours would be that far back. But we can look. It does say the Funhouse. Pretty sure you did say the Funhouse. Is this yours, Maddie? I don't know. I would imagine not, because I think I had like 70 responses when I posted it to YouTube. So probably not. crashing out? I don't think I'm crashing out. Why are you freaking it? Relax. Alright, we're gonna put you in timeout for 5 minutes because you be spamming. So we're gonna do that. We'll go to like 75. And we'll just scroll. Hey, this is Guy's answer. Well, let's put Guy on blast. He's the only person I wrote Gundam Tanaka's cabin. It can only be him. You're gonna kill Yasuhiro Hagakure? He is very gullible. Prime Apocalypse versus Prime John. Ooh, John's got me beat. Listen, John has survived a zombie invasion. He's a trained killer. So, I think John sweep, TBH. From the John franchise. Name a location in Danganronpa. Gundam Tanaka's cabin. That is a place that exists in Danganronpa. One word describe Yasuhiro Hagakure. Weed. That is true. He is the weed man. Affluent progeny. That is the cheat code. That is the cheat code. Nekomaru underrated. I would agree. I think I underrate Nekomaru. I would agree. I speak nothing but facts. I think Gundams came after Maddie's, so Maddie's is probably a little bit before this. Okie dokie, see you later, Zoe. Thanks for filling out my survey. Thanks for hanging out on the stream. So Maddie should be a couple responses before this. I would agree. I don't have any qualms with Nekomaru being underrated. Nagito, overrated. Yeah, I agree. The trials. Yeah, I think this question was a little too vague. I imagine most people wrote the trials. I also feel like name a character who swears a lot, Mondo Iwata. It will also probably be a landslide victory for Mondo. Which murder case is the best? 2-4 and 2-5. I think most people would say 2-5. It's probably a lot of 1-3. I think what's really interesting is to see who would I don't know what would be like the lesser answers. I think 2-4 is pretty good. I think the biggest problem that I have with 2-4 though is like I just think the motive of the funhouse is kind of bullshit. I think the funhouse is a lame motive. I think it's a very high effort, and it's like it's an entirely brand new environment for the people to the people to like inhabit. But it's like, you know, a lot of the motives are avoidable, but the motive of the funhouse is like, if nobody dies, then everyone starves. And I think that's kind of bullshit. Like, in all of the first game, it's like, hey, we're gonna expose your deepest, darkest secrets. Oh, we kidnapped your parents. Ooh, you can have $1 million. And it preys on the people's desires. But, like, the funhouse, there's no, you can't do anything about. You're literally gonna starve to death. Like, you have to do something. Nagito as the bomber. That is true. He is a terrorist. Mondo Butter connected to Danganronpa. That's true. What about the chapter 4 in DRA? I'm gonna need a refresher on that one. Let me look it up. Let's see. Chapter 4. Expand. Is that the one? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. That's the one where they're like locked in like the. They're locked in the freaking. It is kind of the same motive, right? They're like locked in the thingy, like the dining hall, and there's like a million trillion weapons, right? Okay, I do remember that. That one is pretty crazy. I do like that one. Danganronpa another is a fan game. I think for the sake of the surveys, it's best to keep them to the main games, just to like. Alright. You're gone. You're gone, buddy. I think just like most people have played like the main trilogy. So I feel like for the surveys, keeping it to the first. I think like if you want to answer a fan game, you can, but it's just like it probably won't end up being a popular enough answer to get put on like the Family Feud, like unless everybody decides I'm a ride for Danganronpa another. I feel like there's nothing wrong with writing a fan game answer. It just probably wouldn't be. It wouldn't have enough votes to make it onto Family Feud. Kokichi's back? Nah, it's just someone else acting out. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing fan game answers. I feel like I have NPC answers besides the location one. Well, I mean, you're just the voice of the people. You're like the Kibo. You represent the people. I feel like in Hope's Peak Academy, I'm like, you could go to the rec room, and you could play some darts. You could go swimming. You could, presumably, in V3, there's like a wall of movies. I honestly wonder, one thing I really wonder is, are the movies in the V3 AV room, are they actually watchable? Can you actually watch those movies? You can read in the library. You could, let's see, what can you do on Danganronpa 2? It's not a ton of options. You can go to the beach and play in the sand and get a little tan. You're gonna sit next to Makoto Maegi. Oh my god, minor spelling mistake. Get his ass. Get his ass. And Hajime Hinata. I feel like that'd be chill. They'd be respectful. I'm surprised you didn't pick Gundam though. Nekomaru listening to punk rock. He'd be listening to fucking Bring the Horizon. Imagine not having 100% spelling in a survey. Nah, his name wasn't a spoiler. I don't know why he was tweaking, but I am over it and I don't care. I will not dwell on such a ruckus. I did read that you said Nekomaru because he has the most muscle. I thought muscle was like hard to eat and like not edible. Can you say 6'7" when I comment, please? It's so stupid. It might just work. It might just be genius. You are probably right. It is probably better than pure fat. Everyone's thinking about the mass, the volume, the Hifumi. I'd be gnawing on his legs like chicken wings. I posted the survey on Reddit like months ago, and then I posted it on YouTube like yesterday. I feel like this question is like too graphic to put in Family Feud if I were to use it, but we'll see. The only thing is, do you guys, alright, you guys have to like remember what you answered, because like I'll just go through and then just like tell me if one of these is yours. I'll just go through and you guys have to pay attention and tell me which one is yours. This is 72, talking about killing Haiji. That's a really good answer. Someone's gonna kill Nekomaru. He didn't deserve that. I do have a third survey. And I'm going to poll the people and get the top 3 danganronpa characters because I'm curious. But that's later. The V3 Casino. A true gambler. I respect that. Well, Manuel has to tell me what they answered, or else we'll just be scrolling. If you don't remember, then we'll never get to yours. We'll never get to judge you. Can you just tell me which character that you would kill in to try and get away with it, so that I can stop when I see it? Do you remember what you answered for that? I'm scrolling. Killing Makoto Naegi? Why? I mean, I guess when you think about it, Makoto does solve every murder. So, I guess, yeah, if you kill the protagonist, that's probably, like, in your favor. I mean, I think if... That implies that you'd be... That implies if you kill Makoto, that you're in Danganronpa 1. So then, you have to worry about Kyoko still. And that's... She's gonna get you, man. Teru hamburger. Well, then we'll never know which one is yours, because you don't even know which is your answer. Okay, you said Funhouse? Okay. We'll scroll. I think we're too far back now, so we'll go to, like, 65. I'll look for Funhouse. This one? Did you say that you would kill Ryoma? Go back to hamburger? Oh, yours is hamburger? We can go back to hamburger. Maybe it was even further back. I thought we were going too far back, but maybe it is even further back. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I thought it was before Gundams. Teru Hanamura? You're like, fuck it, man. Hamburger, close enough. Okay, Nagito and Funhouse, I'll keep an eye out. We do love our Kyoko, folks. We do love our Kyoko. Yeah, I don't know. I think my top 3. I actually do have my top 3. My top 3 is Kyoko 1, Fuyuhiko 2nd, Gundam 3rd. I think that's my top 3. Yeah, why do you kill Teru? I feel like, alright, let's think. Danganronpa 2, who is threatening? I mean, Chiaki solves most of the cases. Hajime also solves a lot of the cases. There's a lot of dumbasses in Danganronpa 2. I think honestly, Imposter is a good kill, to be honest. Never liked him before even we found out he was a freak. That's fair. He does kind of like, I don't love Teru. The cafeteria in Danganronpa. V3 specifically. That's interesting. I think when I think of like the dining rooms, I think of Trigger Happy Havoc first, and then I think of the second game second, and then I think of V3 third. I think in all the iterations where they meet up in the morning, I think the V3 iteration of the cafeteria is the one that I think of the least. Still think it's 64? I don't think it is. Oh shit. Individual. Oh shit, it is 64. You're right. You're fucking right. It is 64. Alright, but we'll finish Maddie's first. Holy shit. What the hell? He's goated? Many are saying? One word, describe Yasuhiro Hagakure. Weed. I would agree. Negi's top 3 is Sakura, Kyoko, and Fuyuhiko. In that order? Is that the order that you would pick? Interesting. Sakura at the top is interesting. I was saying that I believe a lot of people love Sakura, but I don't know if Sakura is anybody's favorite character. But I'm proven wrong. You are the Sakura. You are the Sakura guy now. I think mine is the one where I said I would kill Junko and Oshima. I just remembered I didn't answer 2 questions because I was half asleep answering it. That's fine. With these, the only one that's actually required is the first one. And then the rest are all skippable. Because I'm like, maybe somebody doesn't remember, like, or maybe they don't want to, like, pick an underrated character, or they don't want to do whatever. So, it's totally fine to skip. I think most people would agree that Sakura is goated, but I just didn't think that Sakura was anybody's favorites. I figured, like, Sakura would be, like, in the top 5 or whatever. But I didn't think Sakura was anybody's top 1. Yeah, you can fill out the survey. I have plenty of responses at this point, so I don't need them, but I think if it's still fun for you to fill it out, then feel free. Who am I to rob you of the joy? What danganronpa talent you think would get you the most money? I think author's solid. I mean, you could be fucking filthy rich. You could make Harry Potter and be a filthy fucking rich. I feel like most talents, if you're like the tippy top of like a field, you could be a bajillionaire. But I do think affluent progeny is probably like the answer. That's like Mr. Moneybags. But I think a lot of them are valid answers. I think this is a good question. This is one of my favorite questions, I think. Name a danganronpa character that is underrated. We were talking about Sonya being overrated, and now Sonya's underrated. Maybe that does mean that Sonya is actually just aptly rated. She's right where she needs to be. Some people think she's too good. Some people think she's not good enough. Maybe that means she falls right in the middle. I think Ryoma is underrated. I think Ryoma is my underrated pick. Nobody gives a shit about Ryoma. It's just not a talent though. Toko's the author. Well, I guess if you're talking about affluent progeny, it's like that being a talent is like, what do you do other than have money? You know, I respect that. You don't want to spread hatred? That's valid. Don't want to answer who's overrated? It's a safe pick. Ultimate writing prodigy. I feel like that's author. Which danganronpa character would all of you rob? It's a good question. I like that. Jarvis, add that to the third survey. Jarvis, which danganronpa character would you rob? The actor girl? Do you mean Smoogie, the cosplayer, or like Sayaka, the idol? I would rob Hiyoko. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would pick Hiyoko upside down, and then shake her around so that all the coins fall out of her kimono. That's who I would rob. Kaito? Yeah, Kaito could get robbed. I feel like Celeste has a knife tucked in her dress somewhere. I feel like Celeste has weapons on her. Which part of the game has the best music? Yeah, I think everyone will say Class Trials. I think this question was too vague. Name a character who swears a lot. Baby Gangsta. That is facts. He do swear a lot. Danganronpa 2 second case. Best murder case. That's an unconventional pick. I wouldn't say that you're wrong. It's all personal preference. You would rob me? Bro, I ain't got nothing on me. You're gonna get a breadstick from Olive Garden. So hopefully you're hungry, because that's all you're getting. That's all you're getting out of me. Gun him with this force field. I'm pretty sure you got like it was like a 1x1, like 1 centimeter in circumference. Texas Roadhouse roll. That's true, I do got no pockets. You guys don't want to know where that breadstick's been. If an explosion happened, which danganronpa character would have done it? Nagito, that is true, that is true. Meat on the bone. That's a classic danganronpa food. Kill all your classmates. A lot of people saying that you could murder in Host Peak Academy. That's true. That is true. I expected more yippee happy smiles. Being like, oh, you know, I could read in the library. But you guys are all on that kill type shit. Okie dokie, see you later, enthusiast. Thanks for hanging out. Sitting next to Kyo and Angie. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Okay, I'm listening. I think if you don't know about Kyo's the bullshit that Kyo's on, you could probably learn a lot from him. If you're completely oblivious to Kyo's whole like sister dear shit, then hold on, I gotta sneeze. Yeah, if you're not aware of all of that, you could talk history with Kyo and that'd be pretty chill. But like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're not painting with Angie on a plane. They don't got acrylics, and then the flight gets turbulent, so then all the paint falls on the aisle and a paintbrush gets tossed up in the air and it lands on Teru's dome piece. Thank you. I mean, as like ultimate artist, like, it doesn't have to be painting. You could just like, maybe she's got like a tablet and she's just drawing on the tablet. You could be like, Angie, draw Kyo, except put him in a clown outfit. Goofy has sneezy. I muted for the sneeze so that nobody could hear me, so I could go achoo. Yeah, she'll pop open Procreate or like Clip Studio Paint, something like that. So you've convinced me. But I'm definitely going for the sleep angle. I think Chiaki is a turbo pick, because you could really, depending on the vibe, you can kind of go off of whatever the vibe you're getting. If Chiaki's is in a sleep mode, then I'm gonna be sleeping. I'm a gamer though, so if Chiaki's playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, I'll be like, can I watch? And then I'll just like watch her play Donkey Kong. Praying to Atua before the flight, and then the flight lands and Angie's everyone's clapping. I don't think Angie would clap. Angie would be like, Atua has guided us to our destination. I don't know if I know any Laufey songs. I don't know. I probably do. I just don't know that it's by them. Nekomaru in the plane bathroom the entire flight. You're like, man, what the hell is this question? And then you said, okay, well, I'm gonna answer it. This is insane. This is an insane ass question, but I am still gonna answer it. And it's Sayaka. She's a snake though. That's venomous. I really like my Mondo images. I like the Mondo images. Alright, we're gonna go to 34 because that's Maddie's. So then we could, if we stumble on yours, Hope for Nagito, we'll do that one next. Actually, not all snakes are venomous. That is true. That is actually true. Start wheezing at that question. I'm glad that question got you. But we'll do Manuel's after I take a short intermission to get some tea. I'm gonna get some tea because the throat's getting a little scratchy. So I'll do that real quick and then we'll jump into this one. Okay, I got tea. I'm using my backup supply of tea, which isn't yummy. I don't like it. It's just okay. I see that you did an ad read. I appreciate the ad read. Maddie is on payroll for the Apocalypse channel. The you know, every YouTube view is $1, so the Apocalypse Empire. I'm a millionaire, so Maddie is on payroll. I pay her $100,000 every stream to do the ads. So make sure to check your bank account. The wire is coming through shortly. I also got a brownie, and that I baked. I baked brownies yesterday, and it's already gone. I already ate it. It's already gone. They were really good. I was really happy. Not that like brownies are that complex to make, but I'm just glad that they didn't come out terrible, because most things I cook do come out terrible. And I, Dio Brando, Aura Farm this entire stream. That you did. I have like, there's maybe like 8 left. I can share 8 brownies. I've had like 4 the past 2 days. And I will be eating more. The viewer bake sale. I'm a bake. It's like it's like in like the end of the semester, the end of the school year, when your teacher brings in like a pizza and it's cut into the smallest slices possible, and like everyone brings in some bullshit and some like Pepsi. You get a little cup of Pepsi. That's what's gonna happen at the end of the danganronpa Kahoot of the year, cause like that's my classroom, and you guys are like my students. So that'll be our celebration. No, they're taking him. They're taking Guy away so that he can get his nutrition. How was your parent-teacher conference? Your parents are very nice people. But you know, your dad, he grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and he said, "If you don't give my daughter a 100 on her next assignment, you're gonna it'll hurt what I'm gonna do to you." And then he put me back down on the ground, and I said, "Okay, sir, I'll make sure to give her a really good grade in the next assignment. In the next Kahoot, I'll make sure she gets a really good grade." And then we did easy Kahoot. That really happened. That's I am Chisa Yukizome. Is that why I have 100? Exactly. Now you're getting it. Oh, Timmy Tough Knuckles. Is that a reference? If it is, I don't get it. But it's funny, so I'll read it out anyway. I kissed my adopted brother's crush. Gone wild. Nah, not quite like Mondo, but a lot more a lot more respectful, I would say. It was a respectful shakedown. All right, let's get into these answers. If you gotta kill someone, get away with it. You're killing Nagito. I think everyone would say thank you for killing that guy. If you didn't kill that guy, I would have killed that guy. Which I guess is actually not true, because Nagito doesn't get murdered at all. In location in Danganronpa, the Funhouse. Funhouse is quite notable. I don't know how popular of an answer Funhouse would be. I think locations, I think what I would expect to be like the top 6. We'll try and work out the top 6. Jabberwock Island. Oh my god, there was another one that was like 1 million people picked it. What the hell was it? It was Jabberwock Island. Hope Speak Academy's got to be there. Wow, I actually don't know. Hold on, let me scroll through a couple. Because there's one that's like obvious. There's one that's like super obvious. Warehouse? No, that one doesn't seem like the super obvious one. Kitchen? Casino? The beach? I think the beach would... Oh, the Titty Typhoon. That's what it was. 1 million people answered Titty Typhoon. That's what the other one was. That one surprised me, TBH. I forgot about that. But I think there's potential for Funhouse to be there, like low on the list. In one word, describe Yasuhiro Hagekuri. Spooky. Would you like to elaborate on that? Why does he scare you? You know who is spooky? I think Kaito is scary. I think Kaito is kind of spooky. He has that one sprite where he's like screaming, and it makes me uncomfortable. I think Kaito is a little spooky. I think Kokichi is also a little spooky. I miss #1 defender, kisser, and collector. Put him in a little jar. You shake him around. His hair is kind of like a spider, and I don't mess with spiders. I don't know if I buy that, but I'll let it slide. Paid chatters, my paid viewers. I pay all of my viewers on some Mr. Beast shit. Yeah, at the end of the stream, everybody make sure to check their PayPal. The wire will go through. What Danganronpa talent do you think would get you the most money? Gambler, that is. I gotta sneeze again. I don't think I muted. I think I meant to mute, but I don't think I pressed the button in all the way. Tough. Thanks. I don't have PayPal. Well, now you guys are, you'll miss out on your 100K. But Gambler's a good pick. Infinite money glitch. But like, you know, now that I think about it, if Celeste is the ultimate gambler, then like, she must suck. If she'll throw her life away for like, how much was the motive in Trigger Happy Havoc? What was the money motive? Wasn't it like not 1,000? Wasn't it like $1 million? Like, if she's the ultimate gambler and she'll risk it all for $1 million, she must not be as moneyed up as one would think. And I also, it's probably like, it's either, even if, all right, let's operate under 2 million on the high end. If it's 2 million, that's 2 million yen. That's not 2 million USD. And like, that's even way less. So like, I don't know. I don't. Maybe she's just a fraud. Maybe the ultimate gambler power isn't actually that good. Or maybe she's just really that greedy, and she'll just risk it all just for a little money. But I'm like, if she's a gambler and surely she would have money. And like, what use would she have for money? Or for that much money? If she's the ultimate gambler, she should just be able to have infinite money. But maybe she just wanted that little bump in her bank account. But I do think gambler is a good pick. I just question Celeste's motive. You think Agakuri is underrated? That's interesting. I think he's underrated as well. But I think a lot of people don't really care for him, which I guess would mean that he's underrated. I think he's probably like a little underrated. I think a lot of the Hagakure haters have valid reasons. He is kind of a bum, but I do like him because he is a bum. 63k USD. That's what I'm saying. It's not like $1 million USD. Like 10 million yen is not that much in the grand scheme of things. But maybe the buying power of 10 million yen is really high in Japan. I don't know. How much money y'all spend on games? I buy games pretty often. I wonder what the most recent game that I bought is. It's probably Battlefield 6, which I paid $60 for, so I at least paid $60 for games this year. At minimum. Danganronpa character that is overrated. Many are saying Nagito. Damn, you called her Mandy? That's disrespectful. That's Manuel, I'll have you know. Many are saying Class Trial for best music. I meant Maddie, bro. That's Manuel to you. Get it right, or else. Or else her dad's gonna shake you down. I can't believe you couldn't name a character who swears a lot. Yeah, Mondo. There's really like three heavy hitters. It's basically like Fuyuhiko, Mondo, Miyu. I think Nekomaru is kind of a sleeper pick. Nekomaru, he be saying shit a lot. Sonya has some notable swear moments. But I think the top three are probably Nekomaru, or not Nekomaru, what the? Fuyuhiko, Mondo, Miyu. High-key Nagito best murder case. I agree. I think most would agree as well. If an explosion happened, which Danganronpa character would have done it? You said Gundam. That's a low-key pick. I could see it because he's very dramatic. I don't think that's an unreasonable pick. I think it's not a common pick, but I don't think it's unreasonable. Welcome back, welcome back. Kazuichi Nakane. That's true, that's true. I feel like Kaito also probably swears a decent bit as well. But I can't think of any dialogue, like... I can't think of any moments exactly where he swears, but I feel like Kaito does swear a good bit. Yeah, I think Nagito is overrated just because he's so much higher than everyone else. You know? I think for that reason he is overrated, but I think he is one of the top 3 characters of all time. Not of all time, I keep saying that. danganronpa characters of all time. Hold on, I have to blow my nose. I'm a little sniffly. But yeah, I agree that Nagito is very exceptional. But I think because he's so much more notable than everyone else, that he is overrated for that reason. But I think he should be highly rated, is how I feel. Meat on the bone. That is a good food pick. Good pick of food. Something you do while stuck inside Host Week Academy is cry. That's a realistic option. "3 minutes to write a 300-word essay." Yeah, it's over. Something you could do while trying to write an essay? Cry. It's a shame that I don't think cry is going to be one of the highest picked like answers. I don't think a lot of people will write cry as well, but I do think it deserves to be up there. One can only hope that others had wrote cry. I think if people would say give up, if like I would lump it in with like anyone that says like give up. I don't think I would lump it in with people that say die though. I think you could choose to die. You could die while in Host Week Academy. I feel like that's different from crying. Sitting next to Chiaki and Kaede. Kaede would want to talk to you the whole time, and Chiaki would probably not interact very much. So if you're brave enough, I think Kaede is a good enough conversationalist to pretty easily converse with while on the plane. I get window seat. I feel like then you'd probably want to give Chiaki the middle seat and then Kaede probably the aisle seat. Okie dokie, see you later, hope for Nagito. I'm poor because of all the money I spent on this fit. Gucci bucket hat, Balenciaga, dripped out, iced out chain. These Margiela shoes, Rick Owens on my feet. I got the Mega Man boots. Yeah, I guess when you think about it, most of them probably do only speak Japanese, and I didn't really think about that. I was kind of operating under the idea that they all speak English. But I guess when you think about it like that, you're right. Sonya probably is the only one that you can actually talk to. Nekomara listening to rock. I think he'd listen to some dad rock. I agree. I agrees. Ot impasta. He's literally got pasta in his name. So how can he not be delicious when you think about it? It just simply, shrimply makes sense. Jotaro and the gang. Yeah, they were just jealous of the drip. They just wanted to steal your... They wanted to jack your swag. Okie dokie. So that was Manuel's answers. Let's see. Who will we do next? I know Hope for Nagito wanted me to do theirs, but
Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. We fought for these ideals, we shouldn't settle for less. These are wise words, enterprising men. Quotem, don't act surprised, you all cause ire. Tamo, but Hamilton forgets his plan would have the government assume state debt. Now place your bets as to who that benefits. The very seat of government where Hamilton sits. Not true. If the shoe fits, wear it. If New York's in debt, why should Virginia bear it? Our debts are paid. I'm afraid don't tax the South, we got it made.
Bro is going on with the run-on sentence. Did I fill out the form? No, I did not fill out the form. I don't know Hamilton, so that's all very over my head. Fa. All right, Bluebell, do you remember what your first two answers were? I would reckon it's probably somewhere in like the 90s. Alright, what is your question? If it's too weird, I reserve the right to remain silent. Terror and Jabberwock Island. Okay, roger that. Roger that. Target spotted. We found it. Time to judge. I think Jabberwock Island is going to be the number one answer for name and location in Danganronpa. Would you people be willing to watch a birthday stream? Yeah, I guess it depends. Do I know this person? And I'm assuming I feel like I personally don't watch. Yeah, I watch streams sometimes. I was really locked in watching I was watching this guy named Frost Prime. I was watching him play Spelunky. I was watching him play Slay the Spire earlier, and he had such a crazy run going. I was like, I've never seen anybody make this work. So I watched that stream for like 2 or 3 hours. You ding dong. Hey, he just asked. Why'd you call him a ding dong? What the hell? But I would definitely pop in. You'll have to remind me closer to when it is, so that I can check it out. Oh, what the hell is that VTuber app called? I know one of the people that one of the people that I fuck with. I don't remember what the hell the name of the app was called. Reality? Yeah, you'll have to let us know when it's like a week or two away. I thought it was a different. I think there was a different VTuber app at some point. I don't remember what it's called though. But yeah, let me know. Are you going to become a VTuber? There are a lot of free-to-use VTuber models out there, but the problem is that like the programs are like It's a lot of knowing how to use it. That's probably the hardest part. But let's lock in. Holy shit, Dio Brando VTuber. No freaking way. Okay. Killing Teru Teru. Is it just for the love of the game? Just cause fuck that guy, or what's the vibe behind the Teru Teru pick? Some of them I totally understand. It's just like, I don't fucking know. Dekomaru probably listens to rock, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I didn't want to rehash a lot of this. I tried to depart from a lot of like the questions that I did on the first one. Like, I didn't want to do another. I think we can do another name a danganronpa character that starts with the letter blank. Okie dokie. Good night, Maddie. But yeah, I didn't want to like rehash a lot of the same questions in the second survey. I felt like I had a lot of really good questions in the first survey, so some of them are a little out there in this one. Yeah, Teru Teru does kind of suck. In one word, describe Yasuhiro Hagakure: idiot. That's valid. Idiot, dumb, stupid, any of the sort. I think this question will make it into Family Feud, and I think I'll probably separate it by like each adjective. But he is dumb. He's so ass. I get the chef thing, and he can definitely be sweet, but I can't stand his absolute weird side. Yeah, especially like, I don't know. It would probably like really get on your nerves. I don't know. I think it's tough because like you're forced to kill someone. Like I feel like if I were a woman, I'd feel a little bit more intimidated. Even though Teru Teru is like bisexual, I feel like he leans towards women, but I don't really remember. It's been a while. I feel like I would feel more threatened by his existence if I was a woman. But I guess you put silly. Okay, we can keep looking then if that one is not yours. Territory at the gym, the pool. I think he's bi. I'm pretty sure. I think 110 is Negi's. Alright, let's see. He's experimental, meaning he's not bi. Okay, he's just curious. He's bi curious. Yeah, we could do yours afterwards, Negi. This one is pool, the gym. Shit. Okay. Keep going. Teru Teru, Jabberwock. Not this one though. Scroll. I don't know if that's Casey's. I don't know if it'd be this. I Ah, we found it. We found it. I was like, I don't know if it'd be this far back. And then as soon as I was in the middle of saying that, he do be silly. He's a silly little guy. He's a big guy, but he is silly. Ultimate inventor as money-making plan. I mean, like, if you make something, like, that everybody has, then, like, the patents, you know, people be paying royalties to use your, like, your scrub daddy fucking technology. Like, you can make the, I'm trying to think of an invention that's very popular. I mean, like, what if you make something, like, you invent something that makes flying cars possible, and like that technology is like so game changing that everybody wants to make like the flying car. So they'll be paying you the royalties. They'll be like, I don't care how much it costs. We need to get these damn cars out. So I think inventor's it's a bit of a sleeper pick. Right now we're judging Bluebell. That's what I'm saying. Ryoma's underrated. I've been saying that. I've been saying Ryoma's underrated. I think also Ryoma kind of doesn't he's probably underrated because he doesn't give a lot of people something to work with. He's kind of just like, most of the time he's like bleh. I don't think we've done yours yet, Leo. But we can do yours after Negi's. Yeah, he doesn't really get the time to bounce back. But he's always just like, you shouldn't talk to me. I'm dangerous and no good and I have nothing to live for. So like, I think that pushes a lot of people away. They're like, okay, then I just won't talk to you. Like, okay, weirdo. But I do still think he's overrated. I think he's got a vibe to him. I don't really know what it is about him that I really like, but I just really like him. Chiaki overrated. That's a hot take. I mean, this whole category is just hot takes. I do think Chiaki is probably overrated. I do think so. You know what? I'm gonna say something crazy. Hajime, overrated. He's overrated. And I feel like I can't explain why, but I think Hajime's kind of overrated. Some people really ride for Hajime. I think Hajime's fine, but I think he's just kind of overrated. I feel like Team Danganronpa didn't change his personality. They just gave him a fitting one. He seemed like a fake emo kid, Ryoma. I mean, he's got like that deep voice, like wannabe corpse husband ass. I'm gonna say something crazy. Something crazy. But yeah, I agree. I think Chiaki is just such waifu bait that it almost feels like you must think so little of me. You think just because I'm a gamer that I'm gonna like the gamer girl? Like, you don't think I can think for myself and pick for myself? That's what you think of me, Spike Chunsoft. That's how I feel about Chiaki. But she is, like, she's very reliable. She is very sweet. There are a lot of good things about Chiaki. So I wouldn't fault anyone for liking Chiaki as, like, their favorite character. But I do think she's kind of overrated. Oh no. We're running out of Persona music. Uh-oh. What's the vibe? Which one is Color Your Night from Persona 3? Is this what I think it is? Yeah, I thought so. What about Ooh, but this one though. Iwatsu Dai Dorm. Disturbing the peace. It's such a banger. That one is such a banger. But I've seen a lot of people describe Chiaki as a Mary Sue, because she like really just doesn't have any faults. And I feel like that's I like my characters with a little bit of salt and pepper on them. The Monomi theme. Best music. Shuichi's your favorite protagonist out of the 3 games? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I think my favorite protagonist is Hajime, but I still think he's overrated. I think Shuichi is just very pathetic. He's a very pathetic man. Which I think is entertaining, but I don't think he's my favorite. Monomi's theme is really good. I think a lot of the mascot themes are kind of, they're always like the best. The mascot themes, they always go all out. I think the Monocub's theme is fantastic. Monokuma's theme is iconic. Monomi's theme is really good. I think even C-Ray's theme in 100 Line is great. It's really good. It's one of the things that Spike Chunsoft always goes all out on. Fuyuhiko, he do be swearing a lot. He's one of the top 3. Many are saying Nagito Chapter 5 is the best murder case. I think that one is going to be the number 1 answer, and I think the number 2 answer will be Kaede. I'm curious what number 3 and 4 would be for this one. Nagito is confirmed terrorist. He is the only one that has interacted with explosives in the game, as far as we're aware. Donuts for Aoi. Classic. I think this is one of the more rare options. I think most people would go for avocado, meat on the bone, butter, orange juice before donuts. But I do think donuts would be in the top 6. Kazuichi messing something up and having something explode. That is also possible. I think Junko. I feel like Junko's been pretty underrepresented in this category. Junko would absolutely explode something. Thoughts on Giorno versus Joker? It's gotta be Giorno. I haven't watched part 5 in a long time. I watched it when it was airing. I watched it with Clover, who is in the streams pretty regularly. I watched it with Clover. Have a Sleepover is a good choice. I don't think they've never had a sleepover, have they? Why would they? Why would they not? You know? Might as well. Have Aoi and Sakura have a little girls' night. Everybody can sleep over. If there's enough people, then nobody will get murdered. Sitting next to Kazuichi and Ibuki. I think someone else has also said Kazuichi and Ibuki as that combo. They'd be some yappers, for sure. Saika invited me to sleepover. Oh boy! I will go immediately. Oh my god, the ultimate pop star invited me to sleepover. This is my chance. That's what Leon was thinking. Leon really thought that. And he paid the price. I don't think anyone could fix Junko. Misato from Evangelion? Doesn't his name's like Kaji, right? Doesn't Kaji smash? I think someone already beat you to the punch, Negi. Someone already got you there. But I do think you would not be bored sitting next to Kazuichi and Ibuki. Shinji literally watches? I didn't know that. I knew Kaji smashed. And I remember that being really uncomfortable. But I didn't know Shinji was there. That boy, something wrong with that boy. I mean, I don't think Misato is that bad. But Junko, on the other hand, is quite literally the problem. I don't know if I can reasonably compare the two. I think Misato is more comparable to like Chisa Yukizome or something like that. I would compare the two. I would compare those two maybe. She's just a groomer. Yeah. Just. She's more. You say you put just in quotes. I literally read out your comment. I literally read out your comment. You said that. Nakamaru listens to music that gets you pumped up or pop music. Nakamaru probably would listen to like I could see him listening to something like very girly pop. I think that would just be funny, and I think that's why Spike Chunsoft would do like they would do that to him. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm listening to I don't know. He's listening to like Jane Remover. Like fuck it. He's listening to Taylor Swift. He's going to the Eras tour. You're eating a Fumi because we need Teru Teru to survive. That's true. You guys were saying that. I mean, like if you catch a fish, right? Like you could cook it over like the fire, and like maybe it just sucks. But Teru Teru could make it actually like not terrible to eat, and then like, you know, I think it would do a lot for morale to have a good meal rather than just eating like just to have nutrients. I think having a good tasty meal would go a long way. That's true. If you gave him like some berries, he'd be like, "Oh, that's not good. We can't eat these." Eat sand. These are some good answers. I appreciate you filling out my survey, Bluebell. Alright, we'll do Negi's, and then we're gonna do Leo's. Negi, is this yours? Did you say Hiyoko and the Buttermaker machine? Is this yours? I'm glad that you had fun. And I appreciate everybody filling out my survey. Alright, Negi. I'm about to go in. How do you know? It's the last one. I think you're it's the last submission. I think you're the lastest person to fill it out. Alright. Okie dokie. See you later, Rev. Thanks for hanging out. Alright. Killing Hiyoko. I think that's fair. Hiyoko's a little shit. I think that's a perfectly valid kill. It's hard to, like... I don't know. It doesn't feel right talking about... Oh, yeah. Hiyoko would be good to kill because she's, like... She's so much, like, smaller than everyone, so you could just, like, pick her up and, like... toss her in the... in a locker. And just lock the body up forever until it, like, decomposes and all the evidence is, like, it's gone. I don't know, shit like that. It doesn't feel good coming out of my mouth saying things like that. She do be antagonizing. Name a location in danganronpa, the Buttermaker machine. That basically, like, qualifies as, like, the execution grounds, which you're probably the only person to say that. Whoops. I put her in the oven and I burnt her to a crisp. Like, I think for a danganronpa game, I think you could probably classify this as Super Danganronpa Another 2, Chapter 3. But I think the idea of, like, saying this shit out loud sucks, but, like, mutilating, like, a body to the point of, like, almost nearly being unrecognizable as, like, a point of the mystery, of the case mystery, could be an interesting concept. Especially if there's, like, multiple characters that are missing, so it's like one of the mysteries is who is the victim of the culprit or of the case, and then going from there, like putting a first step that you have to solve being to find out who the victim even is before you find the culprit. I think that could be interesting. The fuck are we talking about? We're talking about murder. Talking about killing. I'm not gonna lie, Negi, I half expected to open your survey and see every answer being 6-7. I half expected that right at the beginning. But if that were the case, we would have immediately skipped. we would have skipped. Just gather all the people and whoever is missing is dead. I feel like for that like plot point to work, if that were to work, there would have to be like 3 people that are missing total. One of them being the victim, and then 2 people being like gone from the trial. So it would have to be one of the early murders. That way you have enough people to like actually participate in the trial. And I guess when you think about it, you could even get involved, like the bodies of people from past murders, like a Mukuro type of deal. There's just so many different ways that you can play with the formula. You could toss multiple people into the acid, and then they'll be like, we don't even know like who's dead. But then maybe they'd be like, oh well, based on like the number of bones at the bottom of this pit, or like the weight of like each character like is this, and now the fucking acid solution weighs 500 pounds when it used to weigh 400 pounds, and we know that they wouldn't weigh 50 pounds each, but you know, something like that. Would a trial happen if there's no body? Probably not, because it's the body discovery announcement. I know a long time ago I had like tossed around some ideas, like if I were to write like a fan game. I think it's like a rite of passage. Every Danganronpa fan has to have like ideas for their own fan game. And mine was, what if like somebody gets kidnapped, literally chapter 1, and then their body gets discovered like 4 chapters later, and they've just been left in somebody's room to like starve to death, and you have to find out who is responsible for the kidnapping literally like 3 chapters ago. And then you're like, oh man, it could be anyone. It could even be someone that's already dead. Like they could have killed somebody, or they could have kidnapped them, got murdered their own selves, and then because they don't have the means to like keep that guy alive, that guy just starves to death. I feel like Monokuma would allow it. I feel like the class trial has to happen for you to like graduate and get away with murder. I feel like there would be no class trial and no anything if there's no body found. I played a game of Roblox Danganronpa a while back and we lost someone because a guy poisoned a burger 3 chapters before. That's really funny. I wonder if I can look at the murder, the rules, because I feel like there is some sort of rule about that. Once a murder takes place, a class trial will begin shortly thereafter. I feel like, I don't know, that's tough. I think like, if someone's murdered and like the body is likely to never be found, I don't know. Then that kind of pokes a hole in my own idea. Because I think Monokuma would like guide them to find the body. He'd been gone for at least 3 hours. That's really funny. I have been meaning to play more Carnage. Ever since they updated the map, I've been interested. I was thinking about doing a video where it's like checking out like iterations of Hope's Peak Academy inside other games. Like I did that before with Gary's Mod once. I was thinking about checking out the Minecraft Hope's Peak Academy map, checking out Roblox Hope's Peak Academy, and then I would have to, I think there's VR chat Hope's Peak Academy, I'd be interested in checking out each game's adaptations. I mean, you could alter the rules. If it's your own fan game, then you can just make the rules fit however you want it to. And you can have Monokuma change the rules at his own whim. That's very Monokuma brand. So I don't think that would be a problem if it's a fan game. As long as the rules are explained beforehand or like during the trial. Like you can even make it a point for the characters in the trial to ask about it and be like, is that like allowed? And then Monokuma could be like, yep. He would just say, yep. A friend who I thought I could trust, but he fucking blew me up on some Nagito type shit. Dude, I played a game where like, I was just hanging out with this one guy this whole game. And I'm like, listen, bro, it's me and you have been buddies, and then these other two have been buddies. So if you find a weapon, you have to kill them first, and then we'll just vote the other guy out and walk out together. And then everyone like died. They starved and they like disappeared. And I was just walking around for like 45 minutes by myself looking for literal ghosts. Nobody was even in the server anymore. They died and disconnected, and then it was just me walking around, and I'm like, guys? And I hide the what's it called, like the scoreboard or whatever. So I didn't realize that like everybody was gone. There's a lot of issues with Carnage. Someone was telling me about the fact that there's like a Carnage like Discord server or whatever. And I was like, I don't know if I'm that serious. I don't know if I would want to take it that serious. But it's cool that it exists. But maybe it would be worth it, so that you actually get like a solid game. Because a lot of the games in Carnage, people just leave immediately. Yeah, everyone leaves so quick. I wonder if I having to do a single class trial. I have some ideas of what I want to do in Carnage, but I don't think I want to like stream that. I think I just want to go incognito off stream and just play normal rather than have it be like, I feel like we would I don't know, I feel like it'd be prone to like stream sniping, and everyone would know. Like I wouldn't be able to kill anybody because everyone would fucking know, because they'd be having the stream open, so they'd just fucking bust me. So I'm like, I don't know if I wanna stream Carnage. I don't think I would do that. I tried to do a danganronpa roleplay, literally like, that's like 5 years ago. There was a lot of us, and we all had really cool characters, but it never like really got off the ground. We all established our characters, and we started for like a tiny bit, and it was cool, but it never got anywhere. It was cool. Someone made like sprites, like the pixel art sprites of all of our characters, and I was like, wow, so cool. But I feel like we've puttered around long enough. We'll get into Negi's answers. In one word, describe Yasuhiro Hagakure. What do you mean by that? Like Lady and the Tramp with the scene where they're slurping the spaghetti and they kiss. Okie dokie, see you later, Bluebell. Thanks for hanging out. In a few words, I'll describe Yasuhiro. Filth akin to something you'd find on the bottom of your shoes. You're calling him a piece of shit, is what you're saying. That's fucked up. That's my guy. That's my boy. You know, now that I think about it, I'm like, Yasuhiro probably wouldn't. I was gonna say Yasuhiro would like ride for me, but I don't think he would. I think he would flake out on me if I'm like, Yasuhiro, Like, I need you, I'm gonna call into work. You gotta pretend to be like my doctor and say that like I'm sick. He would bail on me. When shit hits the fan, Yasuhiro would bail on me. So maybe I'm giving Yasuhiro too much credit. What danganronpa talent do you think would get you the most money? The ultimate VTuber. Simps donating goes brrrr. Tramp as in homeless, probably. I honestly wonder like how much money being like Iron Mouse, like how much money does Iron Mouse have? Like I really wonder. I wonder how profitable it is to be like a huge streamer. I mean, I feel like the closest thing to like danganronpa talent to ultimate VTuber is like the ultimate pop star, because there's a lot of overlap between like idol activity and VTubers, like especially with like HoloLive. Just pretend to be a girl VTuber with a filter. I could do that. I could get a AI voice changer and pretend to be a girl. But I don't need to do that, so I won't do that. Good night, Bluebell. Your other answer was PG. Or was not PG, so I didn't say it. It's fair. Fair enough. Imposter underrated. He died too soon. I agree. I think Imposter could have been really cool. But I understand why he died. Like, I understand. But I really do wish that he could have been more. Like, it's cool that, like, Rantaro got, like, a little bit more afterwards. In the form of, like, the videos that he, like, recorded for himself. Like, that's really cool. But Imposter, he didn't really get none of that. Like, you don't even get to really know what Imposter is like. I think Fujihiko might be a little underrated. I think Gundam is appropriately rated. Nakumaru is underrated. Kazuichi's probably underrated. Hajime I feel is overrated. Who else? What other guys? Teru underrated? Maybe. Probably. Is that all the guys? Haiji Toa is not underrated. That guy couldn't be, like, he's overrated actually. And nobody likes Haiji Toa, and he's still overrated. Soda, yeah. Kazuichi is underrated. I thought I said Kazuichi, but maybe I didn't. Nagito overrated. Many such people are saying. The 61st track of the game. You know what? Let's find out. Let's find out what that is. That sounds fun. Danganronpa 2 OST. Okay, Danganronpa 2 OST. '61st. There are 64 songs. I don't think the first game's soundtrack is long enough to have 60 tracks, so that's why I went to Danganronpa 2. Alright. Let's listen to the 61st track of Danganronpa. I don't know what it is because it's completely in Japanese. I didn't realize you fucked with music like this, Negi. I didn't realize this was your jam. Oh, it's a 6-1 reference, I see. This is like when you had to like I don't even remember when the fuck this plays. It's like you're accusing like the final guy, right? Kyrie Death Note. Oh, we're getting so demonetized this stream, by the way. I can't believe you knew the song by name. Right before you find Nagito, I believe. Actually, maybe this song won't get me demonetized. I think it's funny that you knew the song by name. Name a character who swears a lot. Miyu. She do be swearing a lot. Do you mean the last case of Danganronpa 1? I think you're the first person so far to say any of them in Danganronpa 1. I think which case is the worst is probably like I don't even know. Probably like Danganronpa 1 chapter 3 maybe. I think the Hifumi fake out is interesting, but it's not a super interesting case in my opinion. What's the next I'll go back to the Persona 3 OST. We'll pick Color Your Night. We listened to Iwatodai Dorm, so now we could listen to Color Your Night. Yeah, I think Celeste's murder case it's not super like complex, and it's like obviously the Robo Justice is like obviously this guy's a red herring. You fucking bastard. That is me to Bonnie from FNAF. Bonnie is a fucking bastard. I don't think I've seen yours yet. You'll have to let me know when I see it. But I do have to look at Leo's after Negi's. Negi said Junko. Maybe he heard me say that Junko was underrepresented in this category. But now we have some Junko representation for explosives. KFC for Teru. Teru do get deep fried. He do get deep fried in a volcano. Teru is probably one of them, in my opinion, like one of the most shocking executions. It's not super graphic, and I think a lot of the people in the first survey picked more graphic executions for this one. But I think, like, if we want to talk shocking, my boy gets shot by rockets, grabbed by a helicopter, and thrown in a volcano. That's pretty up there for shocking. Cook these kids in basketball in Hell's Peak Academy. I know V3 has a basketball hoop, so you could do that in V3 for sure. I would agree. I think my Leon gets a large buff because it's like the first one in the series. I'm not gonna lie, Color Your Night having lyrics is not working for me. I wish it was just instrumental. Color Your Night instrumental. This will be way more gooder. Celeste and Incest, man. I'm killing both on the monoplane sitting between them both. You're gonna kill Celeste? You got beef with Celeste? I think one thing that's also important about Leon's execution is like, I think it's it's like you really are right up and close to it, where I think a lot of them you're either like watching through like a screen or like you're really far from it. Nekomaru listening to Renai's circulation. That is pretty funny. When that Sano comes on, he loses his shit and he goes into a frenzy. Sorry, my boy, I need the protein. Nekomaru's getting eated. She did really just like crash out immediately. She was a little crash out. I think her crash out moment is like, it's so peak. Alright, I think we'll do 2 more, and then we'll call it. So... oh shit, hold on, I broke my Twitch chat, oh no. Leo La Marionette, if you're still here, do you remember what your first 2 answers were? For who you would kill and get away with, and name a location in danganronpa. Do you remember your first 2 answers if you're still here? Because I'll check out your survey responses as well, since you were asking about them earlier. You also said to make a fan game with my danganronpa RP characters, which could be cool. I do still really like the ultimate fisherman as like the shoo-in, like as the replacement for the lucky student. I think it's a really interesting concept, but my ideas of my plans of doing a fan game are I've let that go. Hyoko and the second is about Chiaki? Okay. Okay, I found you. Chiaki's heart. I was like, wait, Chiaki for location? I'm like, huh, are you sure? But I see now. I see now. Chiaki is very cute. I know I've dogged on Chiaki this stream, but she is very sweet. I think in the context of danganronpa, I'm like, they really want me to love this character, and because I don't like people telling me what to do, so I'm not gonna like Chiaki. But I think if I met Chiaki in real life, I would be head over heels. Realistically. My man. So I think that's a valid answer. I'm also a diehard Kyoko, so I'm taken. I can't simp over Chiaki when I already have my woman. Didn't like saying that. Really didn't like saying my woman. Not a fan of that one. In one word, describe Yasuhiro Hagakure. Potato. He is kind of a potato. He kind of doesn't really contribute a whole lot. He's kind of just like, he's there, but like, he's not offensive, you know? Not to me, at least. He's kind of like, he's kind of a little lazy. You don't really do a whole lot. I think potato's valid. What the hell is Utsuro's last name? I don't remember. But Utsuro is fucking overpowered. Utsuro is so overpowered that he could use his luck to like keep his boys alive. He can keep others alive, and he can give his luck to other people. Just interacting with like Utsuro will make you lucky, which is like crazy. He's busted. So like if I'm Utsuro, then like when I eat, the family eats. Yeah. Yasuhiro the type of guy to not show up to the group project, but he still reads out his lines in the group presentation, and then he still gets an A on the project. Miya Gekuhara. I only ever refer to her as Gekuhara. Gekuhara, underrated. Definitely a character that many people forget about. I think you could really probably say a lot of the DR3 characters are underrated. I'm trying to think if there's a DR3 character that I think is overrated. She is dead. She like, I think she got... Hold on, let me double check. I'm like, didn't she die? And then she was like, she got turned into like an AI by like Monica Toa, and then Monica Toa was like, yo, fuck this, I'm going to space. And then she went to space. I'm pretty sure like that's what happened in DR3, but I don't know her lore before that. I also remember she had thick blue hair and she was in a wheelchair. I'm like, was she always an AI, or did she exist beforehand and she died? I think she died. I'm just checking the wiki. She is dead. Okay, yeah. She's pretty cool, I would say. I think as far as DR3 characters go, she's pretty cool. I also like what the heck is the medicine lady's called? What the hell is her name? Seiko Kimura. I think she's really cool. I don't know if she's underrated, because I think the people that remember her being cool. So I don't know if she's underrated. But I think she's probably one of my favorites. I also think the blacksmith guy is pretty cool. He gets kind of done really dirty by being close to... What the heck is the confectioner's name? What the hell is their name? Ruruka. He gets done kind of dirty by being in cahoots with Ruruka, and Ruruka's a fake ass bitch. But the blacksmith guy is also kind of cool. Moving on, some Aizen type shit. She's a little bit of a snake. Danganronpa character that's overrated, Junko. I think Junko overrated. I think kinda. I think a lot, like there's like 3 personalities of hers, like in the first game when you're introduced to Junko. There's 3 personalities that I really like, and like 3 that I don't much care for. But I do think the reveal is really cool. But I mean, her existence transcending over like the whole, she's just everywhere, and it's like, it's a bit much. I don't much care for her outside of the context of Trigger Happy Havoc. So I would say that she is a little overrated. I also don't think she's like, her design is like not that interesting to me. But maybe that's just me. Investigation, Super Danganronpa 2, I agree. That's probably the best investigation theme in the entire game. I'd say she's my wife, but I legally cannot. One day she can be your wife. But like the problem is, you know what's like fucked up is like when you get older, right? Like when I was growing up, my favorite, like my first waifu, I say this like mostly ironically. Like this is like the cutest anime girl. I don't actually like, they're not actually like my wife, but I'm like, this is like my favorite anime girl. My favorite anime girl was Mio Akiyama from K-On! I really liked her, and I still do like her. But the thing is, like, I'm an old ass man, and she's perpetually in high school, so that kind of sucks. It's like you're kind of forced to like grow out of the characters that you like, because it's like they don't grow up with you, which kind of sucks. So you gotta hold on to that while you can. Cherish it while you still can. For one day, we will be 50 years old, and you'll be like, I like Asuka from Evangelion. And they'll be like, isn't she like 16? You're like, well, I liked her when I was 16, so it's fine. It's not fair that they get to be immortal and I'm stuck in this flesh prison. So like, you know, it's such a non-problem, but it's like also like, damn, that kind of sucks. That's like, I don't feel right liking Makoto Nijima from Persona 5 since she's like a high school student. I'm like, even though I played that game when I was like 17 and I was still in high school, I'm like, it just doesn't sit right with me nowadays. Even though I do think she's cool. I like mean girls in games. Or like people with like serious personalities. But name a character who swears a lot. Nekomaru, that's what I'm saying. I think this is the first Nekomaru answer. Nekomaru's a sleeper pick for this category. He's always talking about how he's got a shit. Kaede best murder case. I think that's the number 2 seed for this this question. It's either a toss up between Nagito or Kaede. And if an explosion happened, which Danganronpa character would have done it? Nagito, by accident, of course. He's just like, I mean, wasn't he like on a, didn't his parents die in like a plane crash because he was just on the plane? And that's how he like became like an orphan or whatever? I'm pretty sure that's how that happened. Piece of food connected to Danganronpa. Avocado. For Rantaro, naturally. Something you could do while stuck inside Hope's Peak Academy. Walking on hands. I'm assuming that's like a handstand type of deal. Like, you're just walking around on doing a handstand. I mean, you'd have a lot of time to learn skills like that. Like, you could learn so many pen tricks while locked inside Host Peak Academy. You got all the time in the world. You might as well find a little fidget toy. Just random things to do to entertain yourself. I think this is also my picks. I'm also sitting between Kyoko and Chiaki. Because I could play video games with Chiaki. I think Kyoko would keep to herself. And also, dude, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe now that I think about it, I wouldn't be able to sleep sitting next to Kyoko. I would be way too nervous. But that's true, exactly. Oh, dude, you're so right, Negi. You have access to the gym. You have access to the gym the whole time inside Host Peak Academy. You could get buff as shit. Spend the whole time just getting swole. Dude, that's such a good answer. Why nervous? Because I have a crush on Kyoko Kirigiri. I would not be able to sleep sitting next to the girl that I like. I think it was the plane was hijacked, but a meteorite hit the plane, killing the hijackers, but also killing his parents, and then the plane crashed. That's some Nagito ass shit. That's really funny, honestly. As tragic as the whole event is, it is pretty funny. Yeah, you're sitting next to Chiaki, which I'm assuming is your fave. But also, like, I was thinking, so my original answer was Kyoko and Chiaki. I'm like, I was thinking that, you know, if Chiaki wanted to play games, I could play games with Chiaki and that could be fun. But then I'm like, giving my attention to another woman in front of the girl that I like, is that a wise decision? Probably not. Probably not. Although, like, when I think about it, in real life, I think in reality, if I met a woman like Kyoko in real life, I think I would be intimidated and scared, and I would not approach her, because it just seems like, I don't know. Makoto's very persistent, and I don't think I am the same level of persistence. I think I would get intimidated by her, and then I would back off, and then I would lose the opportunity. But, like, I think Chiaki, I would probably feel less pressured to, like, perform. And I would honestly realistically get along with Chiaki a lot better than Kyoko. Probably. I think in the real world. But as, like, conceptually, I like Kyoko. In the world of fiction, I like Kyoko. But in reality, I think I would probably go for somebody more like Chiaki. He's like an annoying mosquito, kind of persistent. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I think for someone that I think is really worth it, like Kyoko, I think I could be really persistent and annoying. I've definitely done that before. Dude, when I was in my senior year of high school, there was this girl that I spent like the whole year just like talking to her and whatnot, being her friend. And then one day I was like, hey, I like you, like, would you like to go out? And then she said yes. And then we hung out one time, and a week later she broke up with me. And I'm like, damn, I spent all this time like trying to get her to like me, and then it lasted like a week. And last I heard, she was dating a woman, so maybe she just was like, hey, maybe I'm just like not straight, and maybe I like women, so maybe it's not my fault. But also, I don't think we would have been compatible anyway, so I don't really care. But I have the capacity to be really, really annoying and persistent for somebody that I'm into, so there's hope. There would be hope for Kyoko. I never hit once in my life. I would hope not. I would hope not. Yeah, you could get trained by Sakura in Hope Speak Academy. I think that might... No, maybe it'd be fine. I don't think I would get trained by Mondo, TBH. I don't think that one would be the play. I feel like I'd be intimidated to go to the gym with someone like Sakura, but I think Sakura is so nice and respectable that she would actually be like, hey, here's the training regimen that you should do, and this is a solid pace for you. Like, I don't think she would work me to the bone, that's like my concern, is like someone would try and go too hard, and then I would stop enjoying working out by working out too hard. But I think Sakura would be good about easing you into it and making sure that you have an enjoyable experience working out. Yeah, I could see Sakura being a really good gym partner. Hold on, I have to recalibrate my shit. Okay, I think that should be a little better. Oh, I also need to have my light on. The lighting is probably the problem with my voice or my face tracking right now. The lighting helps a lot. Nekomaru Nidai listening to fucking lo-fi. Nekomaru Nidai listening to like ASMR. I could see him listening to ASMR for sure. And lo-fi as well. And you're going to eat Hifumi. Many people are saying that they'll eat Hifumi. Maybe for survey 3. Would you go to the gym with? I think that's a good question. I think that's a good question. Because you could say Kaito, you could say Sakura, you could say Mondo, you could say Chihiro. I mean, Mondo if you want to get your skull caved in. Who else? Who else would you go to the gym with? Maybe Gonta? Kyoko? If I eat Hifumi, do I have to finish the meal? No, I'm imagining it's like a Survivor deal where like the whole cast is on the same island, so you have to pick one guy for the whole squad to eat. Hey Mondo, I know that my VTuber model looks like androgynous, but I'm actually a guy. Then my head gets craved in. Chihiro, so we can be pathetic together. Yeah, honestly, I think that'd be kind of nice, you know, have somebody who's also like in the same boat as me. What if I look that up after stream? What if I do that? Actually, we'll probably actually end stream here. I'll look it up right now. Oh shit, whatever. This is fine. But I will probably call it here.
Fuck my life.
If you don't want a million, you can always have me.
Well, hey, I didn't know the Knights had hot cat girls too.
Actually, you're a boy.
No, you're fucking not.
No, really.
I said, no, you're fucking not.
That's funny. I feel like there's probably a lot of like fan dubs like that still going on, but I'm just not aware of them. Not aware of them like I used to be. All right, you know what we'll do is we will We are going to first get the top answers. We're gonna see what the most popular answers for everything is, and then we'll end the stream. That way we can wrap up survey 2 and wrap up the stream. Because we looked at everyone's individual answers, so let's see what the consensus of each question have been. So, question number 1. If you had to kill someone and get away with it, which Danganronpa character would you kill? Teru with 8, Hyoko with 8, Korekio with 5, Himiko with 3 plus 3. So that's 6, which would put Himiko over Korekio. Hifumi at 3. Makoto Naegi. Oh wait, no, this is to kill someone and get away with it. That's right. I mean, Kyoko makes sense because they're like a threat, you know? If anyone were to uncover your murder, it would probably be like Kyoko. I think Haiji kind of evades this because he's not in like a killing game. So they're just picking people that they think they could kill away or murder in like Danganronpa. Like Hifumi was honestly, without the motive of alter ego, I don't know how easy it would be to manipulate Hifumi into that. Watch this magic trick. It's like, you know the fucking like Iron Maidens that people get put in and then like they jam the swords through and then like the assistant comes out and they're like unscathed. It'd be like that, except it's actual swords and Himiko just fucking dies. Kill Junko Enoshima and get away with it. I mean, basically, Junko killed Junko Enoshima and got away with it, when you think about it. But it seems like the top picks is Teru, Hyoko, Korekio, Himiko, Hifumi, and then I would probably call it there. I don't think I would count past that. 5 answers is a good amount of answers. I didn't realize I'd made 15 questions. God damn. Name a location in Danganronpa. Number 1, Jabberwock Island. Number 2, Titty Typhoon. Number 3, Post Peak Academy. The Octagon, that is the Funhouse, right? So that'd be 4 for the Funhouse. And then we would probably call it there. Mirai Hotel is a good answer. Cafeteria. There's a lot of people that said different variants of cafeteria. Turn on the TV, doesn't matter what channel. They hit the Pentagon. They hit the fucking Pentagon. Turn on the TV, doesn't matter what channel. I expected the beach to get more responses. Nobody but me said Buttermaker Machine? Novoselic. Makoto's bathroom. Yeah, I think you're the only Buttermaker Machine. I feel like I think Lalo, I think Toa Tower, you're gonna be the only one that said Toa Tower, but someone said Toa City, and I'll count that. For some reason, Toa City comes to my mind pretty easily when I think of Danganronpa locations. Bro, sleeper agent programming is taking over. In one word, describe Yasuhiro Hagakure. Weed, number 1. High, number 2. Stupid, Number 3. Dumb. Number 4. I wonder, would I... If I were to put this in Family Feud, would I... We could check if someone said outside world. Seems not. Top 2 are fucking drugs. He's a little stoner. I'm like, would I combine stupid or dumb into an answer? I think probably. Same with idiot. I'd probably also. I'm surprised so many people said silly. 30%. It's funny that 2 people said 30%. Dumbass. Dumbass. Annoying. Wow. Haters. Undeserving. Brutal. That's brutal. Undeserving, full stop. That is malice. They're pissed. They're like, man, this fucking idiot survived, but Ishimaru didn't survive. Exquisite. There's no way Yasuhiro is this exquisite. Chillax. He's a chill guy. Smartest person ever and could destroy you in a blink of an eye with his laser eyes. LeBron, because he's the GOAT. Dumb. That's crazy. Scumbag. Many people are saying that he's filth akin to something you could find on the bottom of your shoe. The money talent. Top 3 are all affluent progeny, which makes sense. Next is gambler with like 6. Ultimate inventor, assassin, author, ultimate lucky student. Ultimate princess is a good choice. That implies money right off the rip. Blank. Yeah, you can leave it blank if you just want to skip the question if you don't have a good answer. You're allowed to skip. Ultimate luck. This is something that I'd had to count up. Ultimate team manager, ultimate merchant, ultimate fashionista. I feel like a lot of the talents you could pick and be good with. Ultimate maid. I remember thinking as a kid, I was like, I would be a maid, or I guess more like a butler. I would be a butler for like a really rich guy if that meant I could get free housing in a mansion and like nice meals. I'm like, that doesn't sound that bad of a life. I could do that. But growing older, I'm like, that sounds kind of obnoxious. But also, I don't know. If the opportunity presented itself, I would do it still. Ultimate money haver. Ultimate rich guy. Really? So many people said Ryoma? They must have evaded me. Ryoma is underrated. Nekomaru. Angie. I think Angie's also underrated. People rag on her for the Atua bit, and I do think it can get a bit tiresome, but I think Angie's pretty cool. Nekomaru, Ishimaru, Samugi, Leon, Fuyuhiko. I feel like Fuyuhiko is aptly rated. I think Leon is... Dude, I'm a Leon hater these days. Leon's overrated. Tenko, Akane, Hagakure, Mahiru. Mahiru is probably turbo overrated. Sonya, Maki, me. I'm underrated. Me or Himiko. That's funny. I like Tenko. When you get past the degenerate Mal stuff, I think Tenko falls into some of the same pitfalls that a lot of Spike Chunsoft characters fall into, where they have like a bit that's like they lean into it a lot, and it's not a super funny bit. Like, it can be funny, but sometimes it gets overdone and it kind of overshadows what the character is or could be. Like, I think Tenko, like, outside of it is really interesting. I think Neo Akaido as a concept is really funny because it's like, it's basically like a fake, it's basically like a fake fighting program or whatever. Like, it's a scam, basically. Like, it's not actually like practical, which I think is really funny, but it doesn't really get any attention brought to it, which I think is also kind of funny that they just, it's really just like a little treat if you choose to like recognize that, if you like are aware that like Neo Akaido is like not a real way of fighting or whatever. It's kind of rewarding to just like know that and be like, oh wow, that's really funny. But yeah, the whole degenerate malice thing is, I think it gets too much play. But yeah, Tenko really has a lot of love and care for people like Himiko. And she has a lot of really, really good sprites. She's really animated. She could be a lot cooler than she was. You know, that's how I feel about it. I think Hifumi could be underrated. Like, it's just it's less of like, I'm trying to explain. Someone like Hifumi, it's just how they chose to use his character. Also, Negi, I would probably believe that you could fight her. If I think originally I was like, nah, you can't take her. Regardless of like Neo Akaido, she's still like an athlete. But pretty sure you like do wrestling, so, or maybe it's boxing. So I'm like, all right, well, if you're like trained in boxing, then you probably stand a solid chance. But I think Tenko could have been a lot more likable, but the way that they chose to use her character was kind of shite. Oh, it's jujitsu. Gotcha. I think maybe someone else is like a boxer. I think it's Rev. I think Rev does boxing, I believe. Something like that. I know someone does boxing. Oh, okay. You also box. Gotcha. I think Akane is also a little underrated. Context hat, context shirt. Negi was saying that he could beat Tenko in a fight. And I was like, nah, bro. She would beat my ass. She'd probably beat your ass too. But Negi does jujitsu and some boxing, so I'm like, okay. Well, if you are a little trained in fighting, then you probably stand a reasonable chance. Character that's overrated. Most people said Nagito. Many Kokichi answers. Chiaki, Nagito, Kokichi, Hajime. People know Ball. Which is funny. I think he's overrated, but I do really still like him. I think he's my favorite protagonist. I do just think he's overrated, though. He's still the protagonist, you know. He's not that crazy. Although, I guess, do you wager in Izuru? Because that's a... Is Izuru his own character, or is Izuru Hajime? Junko overrated. Makoto overrated. I do think Makoto's kind of overrated. I mean, he's kind of like a... I don't know. He is literally like hope. In the game where there's... The main themes are hope and despair. Makoto is hope. Junko is despair. They are like they're like poster children for the games. Hope there's no Kyoko in the overrated category. That's surprising. I'm surprised it took this long to find Kyoko Kirigiri. I'm surprised. I probably overrate Kyoko, personally. How did two people write low-key I don't know in the same way? That's crazy. That's so crazy. Miyu overrated. Meh. I think she's aptly rated. Rantaro probably overrated. I think most of the characters that die early on are both like underrated and overrated. I think they're probably overrated because like we don't really know Rantaro like that, but also like underrated because like we didn't get to know Rantaro, so he's probably cooler than we think he is. But I don't know. Rantaro is probably overrated. He's just a chill guy, but we don't really know him like that. Which part of the game has the best music? Trials with 5 responses. Investigations with 5 responses. Many people skipping this one because it is kind of like a tough question, I feel. But I feel like most people will say Class Trials. Executions. I feel like the executions, they're alright. The execution music is classic, but it's not super. It's mostly the same track. Scrum debate. I'm surprised so many people said the executions. This might be worth putting in the Family Feud, just because I don't think that the players would guess executions. I think they would guess trials. I think they would guess the investigations. They might even guess scrum debate, but I don't know if they would guess the executions. Daily life. I think the daily life themes are banging. I think daily life is a great choice. And I think a lot of people would agree, but it just didn't come to them. Whenever Usami/Monami talks, pretty sure Bluebell had said that as well earlier, that the Monami theme bangs. The song called Homicide? I actually don't know which song this is specifically. New World Order. Exploration. I think that's different than daily life. I would need to count these up. But it could be in the Family Feud. Name a character who swears a lot. Miyu was actually the number 1. I thought Mondo would be number 1. But Miyu got 23. Fuyuhiko 15. Mondo at 11. Oh, plus 10. So that's 21. Oh, but Miyu Iruma has 10, so that's 33. Plus 5. So that's 38. Oh, but Mondo has plus 4. So that's 25. Next Kahoot. That's a good question. I've been meaning to do them for a while. I also need to do a short. I haven't done a short in a while. I've been lazy, to just be honest. There's a possibility of this upcoming Sunday, because I have the Kahoot video for the previous easy Kahoot. I like to upload those videos before I do the next Kahoot, so I have that one like ready. I just need to have the intro. But there's a possibility for Sunday. If I get it done by this weekend, then I'll put it on my schedule, on my YouTube post schedule, and I'll announce it. But yeah, keep your eye open for Sunday. Whether it happens or not is uncertain. But it has been a while, so I really should do another one. Guess the Metal Gear Solid character. This character is this character must be Ames. This character says "Ba-boom." This character also says "Locker, top left. Locker, top left." Yeah, I do be doing it on Sunday, so I guess that makes sense. I'm sorry to hear that you have to go to mass. Which murder case is the best? I'm surprised that there's so many answers for 2-4 and 1-4. I do think Sakura's is pretty good. Gundam's is also good. I'm surprised that that 3-1 isn't like second. I think if I scroll down, I would see like Kaede, Chiaki or Kaede. I don't know. This is interesting. These are not the answers that I expected. I think this one would definitely make it to. That's what it was. It was top of locker. That's what it was. This is definitely making it to Family Feud. These answers surprise even me, so I think it would surprise anyone who plays. This one probably would not make it to Family Feud because it's a fucking Nagito sweep all the way down. Nagito all the way down. It'd be, you guess the number one answer as Nagito and you get 50 points, so then you guess Junko and you get 2. So this one probably does not make it into Family Feud, but this is a good answer. Junko Nishima literally does blow shit up, and also Monokuma does have a bomb in him. I gotta hydrate real quick. Meat on the bone connected to danganronpa. I did see many meat on the bone answers. And again, donuts as the second most popular answer. Butter, oh hold on, because that's 8 for donuts, but that's 5 plus 5 for butter, so that's butter at 10. Meat on the bone just sweeps, so I'm not even worried about the number. Oh, but that's 8 plus 2, so it's 10 and 10. It's an even match. Bagels. Meat on the bone emoji. Bangle. The black croissant. That's a deep cut. Pulling the deep cut with the black croissant from the Danganronpa 1 gifts. Bangle counts for bagel. That's a bagel vote right there. Yellow gummy. That's a deep cut as well. That's a good pull. Red bean paste, bread and milk. I don't remember that one. Toast. I'm not aware. Ramen. That's good. That's Kyoko head. Fried chicken. Maki roll. I forgot about maki roll. Oh, that's one way to vote for donuts. Donuts is winning. Avocado. Potato. Maki roll. Donut and banana. Kibo. Hero's stupid ass alien hamburger. Meat with the bone in it. Orange juice. I expected orange juice to have higher representation. Oh, but now that's one more vote for butter. Deep fried taro taro. Gummy bears. There's really like, I think the, so what would be the top answers? So far I'm really only looking at meat on the bone, donuts, butter, maybe bagels. There was like 2 for yellow gummy. There's 2 for maki roll. There was like 2 for deep fried taro taro. There's like 2 for avocado. I don't know if I said 2 for ramen, but there's like 2 for ramen. I feel like if it's only like 2 votes, I don't know if I would put it on there. Fanta. That's 2 for that. That's meat on the bone. Peeled chestnuts. KFC, taro taro. There's actually a lot of taro taro votes. They're just, everyone didn't say the same thing, so it's kind of spread out. That's something I'd have to count up. What is something you could do while stuck inside Host Peak Academy? Die. Swim in the pool, kill someone, gamble, sleep, cry. 2 votes for cry. Swim, read, eat, sleep with Gundam. How scandalous. Swim, not die, have time off, survive, go swimming. Archery. There is archery on the top floor of Hope's Peak. Exercise, a good choice. Bully taro taro. Yeah, just dying be like the #1 answer is really funny. Form a little dance/exercise group that meets daily. Practice languages with others. Learn about others. Super high school level talents. It's a very thoughtful answer. +1 to dance. Find out why we're stuck inside. Adopt Makoto. Work out, go swimming, murder, work out. This is a solid amount of workout answers. Alright, y'all are just out of pocket here. Cry, hang out, gamble, sleepover, wait. I'm waiting. In the killing game, stick to myself. We'll be sad without no films or music. Try to make a compromise. If it's just a stuck situation but not killing, and it's for a long period of time, I'd still want my films and music, but I'd try to make friendships. All right. Spend free time with someone. Walking on hands. Form a loving relationship with Toko Fukawa. What? Why is this guy looking at me smug like that? He's like, you know. I'm like, no, the fuck I don't. That's why I asked. It's funny. I think going through and like looking at these and this in like the list category is a lot more fun for me. Lie down in the grass with minimal clothes on and pray as the soil slowly reclaims you. If in a closed area, hang out with the other ultimates. Bro's just gonna go to the greenhouse and just in their fucking underwear and just lay in the dirt. Lock myself in the room with supplies. They're gonna bust the door down. They want the supplies too. Gambo. Kill myself. Realistic answer. Create games to play. Yeah, you can play a little bit of card games. You can play some like Uno. When I was in school, there's this social deduction game called Secret Hitler, and we recreated Secret Hitler in out of like paper. So you could do that. You could create Secret Hitler. Secret Hitler, it's like one person is you're either a liberal or a fascist, much like in real life. And the fascist goal is to you elect like a chancellor and like a I don't remember. It's like you elect like a president and like a vice president. It's like a reskin to be like chancellor and something else. And your goal is to elect Hitler into power once enough fascist policies have been played. It's a pretty fun little game. And I think the theming of it being named Secret Hitler, I was like, that's hilarious. We have to play. I was like, guys, we have to play Secret Hitler. That's so funny. Crack Teru Teru. Alright, we're going to the next question. Yeah, the lyrics are a lot. This is Persona dancing music. It said to study to work to, and I'm like, this is like a lot. But give me Cafe LeBlanc. It was getting a little much for me. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see that one. Honestly, Secret Hitler is really entertaining. Dude, it gets heated. What's funny is we were playing in the library. I don't think I've told anyone this story before. We were playing Secret Hitler in the library, and one of my friends, we were playing Secret Hitler. One of my friends, he had a bunch of overdue library books, so the librarian was like, listen, bro, if you don't got your books, you're not allowed to spend your study hall in the library. And he's like, well, I guess we found out who the real Secret Hitler was. And then he left. And I'm like, that is like the funniest fucking thing to say in this context. He was really upset. It was just fair because like we're all having fun time playing games with the friends, and then he got caught by the ops. But it can get really heated because it's a social deduction game. Oh, we're probably getting demonetized. It's a good thing that I don't monetize these streams anyway. Even though I probably should. But I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Being a YouTuber is weird. I want to have the best viewing experience possible. So I'm like, I shouldn't monetize these. But I'm like, also, I would like to have money. So I'm like, it would be nice. But I try not to monetize the streams, both on YouTube and Twitch. I try and avoid the pre-roll ads and whatnot as much as I can. Question for you, Negi, since you watch the Twitch streams. Do you get like ads in the middle of the streams? Does it play ads like mid-roll or pre-roll ads? Does it do that for you? Because I have an eternal sub, I never can see it for myself. You don't? Okay. That is how it's supposed to be. Sometimes when you open stream? Oh, okay. There was like a cheat code where if you marked your Twitch stream as like being potentially offensive, it makes it so advertisers don't want to run ads on your channel. So that's like the life hack to not get ads. But it does make it look like your channel is like really risky to watch. It's not a good look when people come in and they're like, are you comfortable with seeing potentially explicit content? And it's like, yes. And then it ends up being like not that bad. That is a good thing that you're over 18 so you can enjoy this mature content. But yeah, I try and avoid having people have to watch ads because it's really obnoxious. I feel like it turns people away. If you're like, oh, I just want to check out the stream. What's happening in the stream? And then you get hit with a minute and 30 of pre-roll ads. You're like, I don't care that much. I feel like it's so harmful to having people come into your stream and whatnot. So I'm pretty anti-ad. And like it doesn't make me enough money to be worth it. But I think eventually, if I was somehow like a large, big ol' streamer, then it probably would have to happen just so that I could do it full time. But for the time being, this is just like a hobby, so no ads. Hell yeah. Happy belated birthday. Your birthday was not too long ago. Wish I could buy alcohol for cooking. You could probably buy like white wine at the store. Honestly, I don't know. I would imagine they'd let you do that because I don't think the alcohol content in like white wine is like, I don't know. That's curious. I don't actually know if you'd be able to buy like cooking wine. Because it's not like real wine. But yeah, if you're talking about like beer battered cod, that is different. I never liked... Oh, banger alert. Banger alert. Yeah, beer battered fish is really good. I never enjoyed the taste of alcohol. I can tank it. I don't hate it as much as I used to. But yeah, it's not tasty. When I was like, it's not like I was a party animal, okay? But like when I was going to house parties, I'm like, I gotta just choke it down for the boys. It just has to happen. And then you kind of just like exposure therapy, like you just kind of get used to it. You get used to the struggle. When I was 61 years old, I used to love drinking whiskey and bourbon. I used to make my own whiskey, you know. I used to ferment it and store it in oak barrels, and my recent batch, I've let it age for 30 years ever since I turned 31, or you know what, let's just say 40, because it being like you just started at 21 as soon as you turned of age is kind of funnier. That as soon as you became able to drink, you immediately started making your own alcohol at home. But yeah, alcohol is pretty gross. That's why my alcohol of choice is vodka, because like just it's all gonna suck anyway. Just fuck me up, man. Just get me fucked up. That's like how I feel about alcohol. It's not enjoyable to drink. Just get me drunk. I shouldn't promote drinking. This isn't me promoting drinking, by the way. You don't have to drink to have a good time. I'm like, Dude, there's a lot of streamers that get really drunk or high all the time. I'm like always sober. I do not drink very often. It's like, it's only really when it's like an event. Like I think the last time I drank was Halloween, for the Halloween party. You know what you did. Alright. This one I think is going to be really difficult. This one would really take a lot of parsing through to pick characters that you would sit between. Although I just realized Maddie was like, I get the window seat, but I specified you're sitting between these two characters. So no window seat for you, Maddie, sorry. Hold on, we can turn this up a crumb. There. I've never heard this track before. Yeah, one's sitting on like the plane, the wing of the plane. My Hero and Ibuki with 2 votes. Chihiro and Ibuki with 2 votes. Chihiro and Chiaki with 2 votes. Chiaki and Chihiro 1 vote, which is the same, just in a different order. Like this would take a lot of parsing to pick. I don't know if this would get Family Feud treatment because of the way I worded it being 2 characters. Maybe this real secret Hitler was the friends we made along the way. You're right. That is the real secret Hitler. Gundam and Gonta, Asahina and Kamaru. Is the plane shaped like Monokuma? Feo, I need pictures. Anyways, Kyo and Angie. Fujiko and Nagito. Bro, I don't want Nagito on my plane. That means I die. Makoto and Kyoko. Me third wheeling their date. Who is LMFAO? I'll show you. Oh wait, give me the music video. They got Goon Rock in this? That's crazy. They're stealing my whole Goon Gamers flow. That's them. It's Red Foo with the big ass fro. What the hell is the other guy? I don't remember the other guy from LMFAO. I don't know what his name is. There's the skit where the old guy doesn't know what LMFAO means. I haven't seen it, I'm afraid. Krekio and Kibo. I've gotta have my boys. I got my boys with me on the plane. Krekio is your man? Hey, yo, they got your man. They got your man on charges. Hajime and Nagito? They'll be leaning over you, kissing and shit. If Nagito is on there, no one is coming out alive. That's what I'm saying. You can't have Nagito on the plane, you die. I think Hajime is a solid choice. Hajime would be chill on the plane. Gundam and Chiaki. Himiko and Makoto. Kaito and Monokuma's fish wife. Chiaki and Mikan. Kazuichi and Sonya. A lot of people just want a third wheel. Like, you're third wheeling here, you're third wheeling here. Sakura and Gundam. You won't be bored, that's for certain. Sakura and Shuichi. That could be chill. I wonder who wrote that one. Yeah, there's a good amount of people that said Kyoko. That's 1, 2. I think it's actually just 2. I would have to like look up like everybody's name and scroll through. So like there's 6 votes for Kyoko. Holy moly, there's like 23 votes for Chiaki. 13 for Hajime. 2 for Sakura. Did anyone write Sayaka? 1. 5 votes for Kurumi. 7 votes for Rantaro. Bro, I once saw a satire shipping short with Nagito and Hajime, and I commented a fancy apology. I didn't know what satire meant. Yeah, it's like ironic, basically, where it's like it's not serious. Like, I'm going to make a video about, you know, people are making videos that's like my predictions for Danganronpa 4, or like what I would want in a Danganronpa 4. I'm like, I'm gonna make what I want in a Danganronpa 5, and it's all just gonna be not serious. It's all just gonna be like, I want it to be an open world survival horror game with co-op and microtransactions and a battle royale. Well, I guess it's inherently a battle royale. So maybe that doesn't need to be explained. With multiple choices and endings, and the bit was that I was just going to be describing Fortnite the whole time. Like in the background, like the background footage would be Fortnite gameplay, and then it becomes increasingly more obvious that I'm just talking about Fortnite. I'm like, you could craft, you could get microtransactions, and you can change the look of your character, and then you can kill people, your own self, and stuff like that. Hatsune Miku shows up. That was gonna be my idea for a video. It'll probably happen at some point. It kind of has to happen soon, because 2x2 is coming out kind of soon, and I feel like that video needs to come out before 2x2. But I have kind of a lot of videos on my plate right now, because I do need to make Danganronpa in 2025 to fit with my bi-yearly series, which the last one was in 2023. I don't know when 2x2 is coming out. I'll look it up. I know it's next year, but I don't know when. I don't know if it's early, like I don't know what time frame. I know it's sometime in next year, so I'm like, I should probably make that sooner rather than later before it's too late. Although I guess I would know when it's too late. They'll announce it like a release date like before it comes out. They won't just shadow drop it. That would be silly. Yeah, I imagine if it's in the first like quarter of the year, they probably would have said early 2026. So I imagine saying nothing would imply that it's going to be towards the latter half of 2026. I would imagine, but I could be wrong. Music Nekomara listens to: rock, metal, classic rock, jazz. Okay, jazz, I like that. Classical music. Imagine Dragons. 2 people put Laufey. Rock and metal. Heavy metal. Rock music. 2000s to 2010s pop. Hello Kitty Island Adventure soundtrack. My Mammy from Al Jolson. I don't know that song. Early 2000s pump up pop. I don't know what Daddy Arms is. I assume that's an artist. Ska. Do the Dance by Illit. Hip hop maybe. Hatsune Miku. 80s montage. He'd be listening to like the Rocky soundtrack. Brazilian funk. Toilet sounds. That's what I'm saying. Rocky soundtrack. He's so right. They're so right. Oh wow, a question for me. Perhaps something like heavy metal when working out, but something soft like J-pop when he's not. I could see it. Linkin Park, I could see it. Lo-fi. The cleanup song. Clean up, everybody, everywhere. That's lo-fi almost back to back. Imagine Dragons, get it. He likes shit. The place where it rained from Deltarune. I've been avoiding Deltarune because that's like I'm really curious, but I don't want to get spoiled on it. I want to wait until it fully comes out, which I feel like will be a while. I was thinking about this last night. Or I guess it was not night, but like yesterday when I was vacuuming. I'm like, is Toby Fox like the most well-liked white boy amongst like the Japanese? I'm like, probably. I think if there was one person that the Japanese people fuck with the most, it's probably Toby Fox. Because there's that image of, it was him, I think it was Toby Fox, Yoko Taro, Kodaka, who else was there? I don't think Kojima was there, but there was like a big dinner, and like Toby Fox was there with like all these like legendary, like Japanese, like game devs / producers, and Toby Fox was there, and I'm like, they really fuck with that guy, and that's awesome. That's awesome that they like Toby Fox that much. I think the RPGs were really hard for me to get into. I think the only one that I really like got into was Persona 5, because I think the art style and like the UI was really impressive to me. It just had so much swag to it that I didn't mind like the turn-based combat being not my favorite, even though it's kind of just like Pokemon. It's like different types. Well, yes and no. Each enemy has different weaknesses and whatnot, but essentially it's like a type chart, sort of, kind of, not really, I guess. But Persona 5 was like the only one that I actually got deep into. I never finished Persona 5. I got to the very end and then I was underleveled for the boss. Or like I didn't have any like personas that like had the skills that would help me beat it. And I didn't feel like farming and doing all this stuff. So I'm like, whatever, I got close enough. I'll just watch the ending. Yeah, it was like, I feel like it was like a couple months ago, that image. I was like, damn. Maybe it's because like the awards show, like the Tokyo awards show or something like that. Coco Melon. Should start Persona one day, but not tomorrow. It'll just always be the day after. The day after that. I haven't touched Persona 3 in a large amount of months. It's been since June. I almost lost my Persona 3 save. I Alt F4'd out of Persona because I was like just done with the game for the night after I saved. And it like deleted my whole save data. I was lucky that I was able to get it back, but I almost did not. And I feel like once I get out of the flow of playing a game, it's hard to get back. Alright, final question. The people are eating Hifumi. They're also eating Teru because they don't like him. Eating Sakura. You know, when you think about it, Sakura is self-sacrificial. She would probably allow you to do that. So I guess that's fair. I would hate to do it, but I think she would, if there was the only option, I think Sakura would let it happen. Hiyoko, Impasta, Makoto Naegi. I don't know if he'd be nutritious. I'm not. Teru or just go fishing? Are you okay? Imposter because he sacrificed himself? Kind of. Kind of. I don't really know who would be the best pick. I thought like having like the fat would be better rather than like muscle. I thought that was more edible, but I don't really know. I don't think like muscles are really edible. But I'm not an expert on I'm not an expert on the matter. Okay, Fumi, because we need Teru to survive. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't really eat humans, so I'm not really versed in that. Angie, because fuck Angie, or Teru because he looks kind of tasty. You could just deep fry Teru and eat him. I'd say Nagito because he'd offer, but he has nothing to give, so imposter Byakuya. Yes, it's not worth it. I don't need to know. I don't need to know how to eat humans. Nekumara, I don't like him and he's beefy as hell. Taka, you're evil. I am evil. You're right. None, I'll die because I'm going to get a disease from eating people anyways, and starving sounds more fun. Ibuki, they're going to eat Ibuki? Ibuki will eat you first. She'll bite your arm. I feel like that happens. I feel like she bites you at some point. I want Ibuki to bite me. Sorry. Preferably none. Mondo. I told you it was Nagito. Mono Cubs. I'd rather starve. Mondo from the Royal Rumble vid because he looked like a snack. That's funny. I'm glad that they were fucking with the Royal Rumble video. I wonder who wrote this comment. They know ball. That video flopped so fucking hard on release. I was like, man, I spent so much time on this Royal Rumble video, and that video fucking died on impact. It got a little bit of a second wind at some point, though. I think eventually people will come around and they'll realize that it's goated. But I was like, when I was making that video, I'm like, I know this shit is gonna flop, but I'm gonna make it anyway because I've put so much effort into it. I'm gonna see it through to the end. But I have no idea how to see it. I was thinking about if I wanted to make a second one. I'm like, I already have an idea on expanding on the Jeffrey lore. I'm gonna get Jeffrey more involved. but I don't think it's I don't think the world's ready for the Royal Rumble 2. I'd be making so much effort for it just to flop again. So I'm like, is it a worthwhile use of my time to make of the Royal Rumble 2? Probably not. It's probably not a good use of my time, but I'm like, I do have ideas. But also, I got ideas all over the place. So I'm not stressing about bringing that one to life. Sakura, Kokichi, Akane, Hifumi, Teru, Hyoko, not to survive, just because I want to. Miss the shots you don't take, for real. I took the shot on the first Royal Rumble, and it's come around. What is it at now, I wonder? Let me check. 700. I mean, it's had 2 months to cook in the oven, but it's doing better than the most recent one. But that one still has time to cook as well. I feel like the videos don't do amazing on release, and they just kind of pick up steam later. So I don't really worry too much about the numbers. I just do it for the love of the game. But I do try and at least be aware of like what the people like, so that I can make more of the things that people like. And I think if I were to do it again, I would not do it in a 10-year-old game. I would not do it in WWE 2014. That would be a bad decision, because that game is unstable. I had to cut so much stuff out. Editing it took so long because constantly there would be visual glitches. I'll show you. I'll show you what would happen while editing the video. Like, look at this shit, man. The models would just disappear, and it would just be eyes and teeth and hair. Like, look, that's so fucking unsettling, unnerving. So I would not put it in WWE 2014, because it just is so broken. The voices. Two times not pockets. But yeah, I would definitely use a WWE game that like came out this year, so that it's not so jank. Let me see if I can pull something. I did a WWE match. One thing that's cool about the work that I already did is that I can just have like 1v1s whenever I want. I did Kyoko versus Hifumi at one point, and it was fucking unhinged. I think this is it. Let me pull it up and I'll play it in I'll play it for you guys as like the outro, because we're done with these surveys. I will be still working on the third survey. I don't know how many questions I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, well, I have a fuck ton of questions, so I think it's already good to go, so I don't even need to worry. stream was the personification of just one more short. I mean, low-key, I think I didn't expect the stream to go so long, but everybody wanted me to look at their individual answers, so I was like, okay, we could do that. 5:27 a.m. for you? Yeah, that's brutal. I've definitely been there myself, though. That has happened to me many a times. And I do appreciate, like, the late night streamers who will keep me company. That's why one of my favorite streamers is Barrel Baru, because he's always streaming at the ass crack of dawn, and I value that quite highly. But hopefully you get some good sleep at some point, whenever you choose to do so. So for our outro, I'll probably make myself small for this so you can watch the wrestling. But I'll put the wrestling up on the screen. There's a match. Let me make sure that it's not super loud, because it's probably really loud right now. But this is a match between Hifumi and Kyoko. This shit had me gobsmacked. I just realized it's on top of me. Let me change that. Oh, too far. Too far. Okay. I'll say epilepsy warning, because it'll probably happen at some point. Where the, like, arena starts freaking out or something. That'll probably happen. Probably sleep until 1 p.m. then eat and sleep again. That's kind of what I did today. Dude, I love Hifumi's little chicken legs. I think Hifumi is one of my favorite characters that I made. It is really cursed. I think it's beautiful. It's such a shame. I made like, you can make female wrestlers, right? But I had to make all the females again a second time, which was such a pain in the ass. It basically was like 1.5 times more work, because I had to remake half of the cast. So this project was really annoying for that reason. But like, Hifumi or Kyoko looked fine when I didn't have to make her a man, but I had to turn her into a man because there weren't, like, co-ed wrestling in 2014. There is now in, like, the modern versions. But Kyoko with the elbow, with the pin, the arm breaker, but Hifumi breaks out. Hifumi with the fucking, I don't even know what that is. RKO, I think. And then shit like that. I'm like, I don't remember giving Kyoko these moves. I don't remember giving her a drop kick. I don't remember like any of this shit. There's so many moves that had me absolutely gobsmacked. I don't know what that is. I don't know wrestling enough to like commentate it on the fly. The drop kick, the missed drop kick is really funny. The elbow to the face, the hold into swing into the turnbuckle, and then like shit like this. I don't remember giving her that. I don't remember giving her the fucking backflip, like tackle. And this. When did she get the fucking vomit spray? It was absolutely. I was losing my mind. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this? What is the twerk into back handspring slam? Like, it's absolutely unhinged. It's unreal. Fuck. You have been pretty good about not saying 6-7 too much. It is extremely cursed. Hifumi's just getting his ass beat, really. I think I was controlling Hifumi, and I didn't know how to play the game. But like, what is she doing? What is the yeehaw cowboy jump? What even is that? And like, how did she grab him by the neck like that? Although to be fair, Kyoko's super swole in this rendition, and I love the janky ass grab too. They jumping me. But yeah, this was my my Kyoko versus Hifumi match. A well-deserved win for Kyoko. Kyoko Nation wins again. Dude, the process of assigning moves to each character was so long. That probably took me like 3 days. That took like 3 days. It took so fucking long. I love the guy with the USA poster board in the back cheering for the Japanese girl. Yeah, they're both Japanese. And they're like, yeah, USA. But yeah, that was some unhinged ass shit. But I will probably be ending stream. I didn't expect this to be a long stream. I expect it to be like 2 hours or so. And then we ended up being here for 5 hours. But that's okay. I had fun, so I don't really care. I should totally watch the danganronpa dub by Seals. You're good. I think you've mentioned this before. I should check it out. I should at least watch a little bit of it. It really is always like that. These streams always go on for way longer than I expect. But that's just because I be having fun. I'm free! You can sleep now! Yippee! What's up, Nagi? For all my war crimes, you can forgive those? The mental and physical torture. And the spiritual torture as well. I did all that. All of that was me. But thank you all for being here. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, depending on your time zone and your perspective and your sleep schedule. Because for me, morning is whenever I wake up. If I wake up at 5 p.m., I'm still saying GM in the group chat. Good stream, nice background stream. Background stream? You mean you didn't have this on your main? You weren't glued to the screen, eyes wide open, with swirls in your eyes like the despair video? Gasp. But I appreciate you guys watching the stream and also filling out the survey. It is very helpful that you guys have filled out the survey. I appreciate you guys filling out the survey, and I hope you guys had fun today, because I also had fun today. But yes, I hope you guys have a good rest of your days or nights, and to sleep well when you choose to do so. I'll probably be going to sleep pretty shortly as well. I've been pretty good about sleeping at a normal time, except yesterday. I did go to sleep at like 4:30 a.m. But I don't think that's gonna happen today. Only time will tell, though. But, yeah. I appreciate you guys. So, I'll talk to you guys again soon. I don't know what we'll do next week. Telltale Walking Dead is possible. I'm gonna try and aim for Kahoot on Sunday. Whether I do make it there or not is up in the air. But that's the goal. I think when I end stream, I'm gonna work on Kahoot, which will probably require me to download a lot of sprites because the bit is gonna be guess the Danganronpa character by the zoomed in screenshot. That is going to be the bit. So I have to go ahead and do those. I had them all before, but I lost them with my old computer. It was on my old computer, which is crazy because I've had this computer for like 2 years. So I really had that idea like 2 years ago. Ooh, Walking Dead. I've been seeing so many FNAF videos recently. I keep getting FNAF videos in my recommended. And it's making me want to play FNAF even though I'm a big scaredy cat. But yeah. I think the possibilities are I don't think I'm ready for the Danganronpa 1 replay. I don't think I'm ready. I feel like there needs to be some sort of X factor with that playthrough, and I don't have the X factor currently. So it's really, the options are I play some more 100 line on stream. There's that. There's Somnium Files Nirvana Institute, and there is Telltale Walking Dead. Those are the three things that I'm between thinking about. FNAF next month? The movie? Or is there a game? I'm not super in tune with FNAF and the ongoings. I just watch all the Astral Spiff videos. I've been watching like his whole discography, I guess you could call it. I just found out that I like Astral Spiff as a content creator. But I know FNAF Movie 2 is somewhere on the horizon. And I don't know when FNAF Ruin came out. I think, isn't Ruin like the most recent one? I don't remember. I don't know the FNAF lore at all. I kind of envy FNAF because you could do challenge runs and you can't do challenge runs in Danganronpa. To make Danganronpa content, your options are really like fan games or that's it. All you got is fan games or fan projects. Because you can't find there's no interesting ways to replay through the games. You can't do like challenge runs or anything. It's like very linear. So I kind of envy FNAF for that reason. Alright, but with that, I will head out once and for all. And I'll eat a little bit of food. But thank you guys for hanging out, and I'll see you guys on Thursday. Or not Thursday, Tuesday. And then Thursday. I'll see you guys on both days. And hopefully, if things go to plan, also Sunday. But bye-bye. See ya.